Good morning.
Good morning, Michaelia. Good morning. Okay, I seen a couple other persons coming in. All right, so let me just wait a couple more minutes. Right, I'll wait a couple more minutes and then I'll just go ahead and begin. You can remind your friends that if they don't want to come in the Zoom room, which I encourage them to do, we're streaming live on YouTube. Okay, a pleasant good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for getting up early this morning when you know it's your holiday and you could be sleeping a little later. But as you guys know, exam is just around the corner. Welcome, welcome. My name is Renee Nelson. Welcome to the Department of History and Archaeology's annual Cape Lecture Series for Unit 2. If anybody is unable to join Zoom, any of your friends or even your teachers, you can tell them that we're streaming live on our YouTube channel, History UEMONA. We will now have the first of 3 sessions. We're having 3 sessions this morning, right? And obviously for the first session now, I am your presenter. We will be looking at Unit 2, Module 1, The Atlantic World, Revolutionary Changes, Theme 3, Economic Revolutions. And we will be focusing on industrialization and economic growth in the United States after 1783 up to the early 20th century. what are our objectives, right? So today we're going to discuss the factors that contributed to industrialization in the United States, as well as the consequences, and to explain the impact of US industrialization on the Caribbean and Latin America up to 1900. These objectives relate to general objective number 3 and specific objective number 4 in your CAPE history syllabus. So the first thing I want to ask is this: what is industrialization? Right? What is industrialization? I promised Tajay that I was not going to call on on anybody, right? When he was the only one here, but I'm gonna go back on that promise. Anybody want to tell me what you think industrialization is? Anybody want to? You can even put it in the chat. I mean, I don't want to stress you out too much, but what is industrialization? All right, let me help you out. Essentially, industrialization is the transformation of an economy from an agricultural base to a manufacturing one. Oh, I did have somebody, Michaelia, right? Sorry, I didn't see you in the chat there. Okay, yes, Michaelia says industrialization is the development of industries, yes, in a country or region on a wide scale. Absolutely. And in doing that, that is generally moving away from an economy based solely on agriculture to one that now incorporates manufacturing. All right. So now industrialization brought great changes to US economy and society, making the United States into what it is today. It saw mechanization and technological innovations in iron and steel, railroads, steamships, textile production, automobiles, agriculture and communications, just to name a few. And although there were times of economic recession, such as in 1837, 1869, 1873, and 1893, the period overall was characterized by a booming economy. Now, essentially, the United States emerged out of the period of the American Revolution as a rural-based economy and society. While it was influenced by the Industrial Revolution, which began in England and which spread throughout mainland Europe, the US was also impacted by its own indigeneity, with local inventions and influences, simply meaning, whereas the United States was influenced by, the technology that was coming out from England, it developed its own, which by what is known as the Second Industrial Revolution started to spread from the US to Europe, right? So between the mid 19th and early 20th century, right? That is a period that is referred to as the Second Industrial Revolution, and it witnessed, the fast expanding of industrialization, with most of the innovations emerging. And it is important to point out here that prior to the American Civil War of 1861 to 1865, there was a chasm between northern states and southern ones, meaning the two sets of states were divided, among a number of issues, slavery being one of them. You understand? The southern states wanted to continue keeping enslaved labor, while the northern states were progressing, through industrialization, right? And it was only after the Civil War ended that the southern states started the industrialization journey. The industrial advances in the post-Civil War period led to the rise of a new class of entrepreneurs, or so-called big businessmen, or big businesses, right? And these people, they were self-made, and they were the ones who benefited the most, right? They were the ones who benefited the most from these advances in industrialization. One of them was this gentleman here, Andrew Carnegie. who was a social Darwinist, right? A social Darwinist. He followed that thought about, survival of the fittest, right? He propagated the idea of survival of the fittest. And thus for him, in order to be successful in this industrial era, it was based on not only how much work was put in, but also on privilege, right? However, this idea was not applicable to the vast majority of people in the US, as there were vast disparities in wealth distribution, no matter how hard they worked. Essentially, this meant, guys, that the vast amount of people in the United States at this time were certainly not the very rich, right? The very rich were less than 1% of the population. In fact, to give an example, it was this disparity exacerbated by crop failures, falling prices, and poor marketing and credit facilities that contributed to something called the populism movement in the 1890s. I don't know how many of you have heard about the populism movement. Basically, it came out of the agrarian sector, with the farmers and those associated with the farmers who sought economic and political legislation to improve the plight of the people, right? The people were suffering. And what they wanted to do was to break the hold, right? The stranglehold of the bankers that the bankers and the businessmen had on the American economy, right? They wanted also to have a share in the wealth of the economy. Right. So the populism movement was a response, a reaction, resistance to domination by, by big business and big businessmen. Right. So now let us look at when industrialization first reached American shores. The establishment of a textile mill in 1793 in Rhode Island is usually considered the start of industrialization in the United States. And of course, Rhode Island, as we see here on the map here, this is another section of the US on the eastern seaboard bordering Canada. All of those states that we see in the different colors, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, etc., and Rhode Island. They're what is called New England states, and they're part of the original 13 colonies of the United States. So the establishment of a textile mill by Samuel Slater, an English immigrant who was known as the father of the American Industrial Revolution, right, pretty much kicked off industrialization in the US. And him setting up, not just one textile mill, right? He ended up setting up a number of others. This led to the creation of the textile industry in the New England states, and the New England states became the center of this industry. And what we find happening during the period of industrialization, guys, is that different states specialized in different products or in different goods, right? And with the New England states, their specialty was textile. So how did the first industrial revolution in the US take off in the very, very first period, right? Well, there was the US Embargo Act of 1807, which banned US trade with other territories during the Napoleonic Wars. But this was quite destructive to the US economy. And with lack of imports, Americans had to start producing more goods for local use, right? They had to start producing more goods for local use because there weren't any imports coming in. So they had to look within themselves now to try to fill that gap. There was also the War of 1812, in which the British prevented shipping and fishing along the eastern coast of the US, as we can see here on this map here, right? There was a British naval blockade, right? War was going on, right? Britain was still trying to see if it could get back the United States, right? The American Revolution, period just ended in 1783. Britain was not content with giving up its biggest colonies, right? Its biggest colonies. So they initiated a blockade to prevent shipping and fishing. And what this did was to force Americans to seek alternative means of survival by looking within their territories and concentrating on the manufacture of goods. There were also abundant natural resources, in particular coal, iron, water, and oil, which greatly assisted the same said manufacturing processes to propel and push the industrialization forward in the United States. There were also new inventions, particularly in the second half of the 19th century, which not only pushed through more industrialization, but also made life more easy. Inventions such as a telegraph and sewing machines fall in this latter category. Electricity and the light bulb also revolutionized the manufacturing process, as you know, they essentially replaced gas lights, right? People were using gas or candle, well, especially in the homes, they'd be using candles, but in the factories that were developed during the period, right, they had to rely on gas light, right? And of course, that was at that time, you weren't able to run those factories 24 hours a day. But with the invention of light bulb and, you know, the utilization or the harnessing of the power of electricity via electrical grids, right? Factories could now open longer, including opening 24 hours a day, meaning production was going on 24 hours a day and machinery could operate more efficiently. By 1902, there were just over 2,000 electrical generating stations in the US, with almost 4,000 in existence by 1920. It is estimated that by 1925, half of US homes were actually powered by electricity. I know you guys, myself included, don't know what we would do if one day we wake up and there is no electricity, right? So electricity has become so much part and parcel of our lives today. However, with the growing use of electricity in cities and other urban areas came new dangers, such as wires coming down in poor weather, right? Now look at this photograph here, right? This is what you call a wire menace, right? It was unsafe for pedestrians. You see how all the light wires just crisscrossing and pretty much almost touching the ground, right? They obviously didn't have the technology that we have today, but this is what it first looked like. Additionally, sometimes fires would happen as well, such as what happened in the city of Boston in 1889, where a massive fire swept through, causing a lot of destruction. So with these innovations, guys, right, there is always a little downside to it, but nevertheless, the innovations on the whole made life, you know, much more easy, right, or made life easier. Other inventions which caused revolutionary changes would be that which occurred in transportation, making it possible for people and goods to travel faster and go further distances. There was the emergence of streetcars, right? I don't know how many of you have been to downtown Kingston, right? And on King Street, even, I mean, the roads are obviously paved, right? The other name for streetcars would be like tram cars. And you see these lines, you can literally see them, the tram lines, right? You can see them even though the road is paved down the bottom of King Street, right? You can actually see some of the tram lines peeking out, right? Because Jamaica too had a tram system, right? And of course, with the tram lines, they would electrical, you know, tram cars or, you know, the streetcars, they would be attached to electrical wires overhead, as we see in the photographs here, to help push them along. They were like trains, but they weren't trains, right? They were they were using electricity, and they would be traveling in the road, right? So this, that and of itself, you know, would be, you know, a considerable hazard. You know, people have to be a little extra careful. Essentially, these tram cars, they replaced the traditional carriages, right? You know, the carriages that were drawn by, horses, as the main means of transport for people in urban areas. What do you think is another, next revolutionary, change in transportation? That would be the motor car, which was first invented in Germany in the 1880s. And of course, anybody want to take a wild guess of what the name of that person was? At least a surname of the person that invented, or the motor car and patented it and put it out there. It's a prominent, well-known car brand today. Begin with the letter.
Ford.
Sorry.
Ford.
No, not
Ford.
Ford. Ford is America. Ford is America.
Benz.
Yes, Michaelia. Benz. Yes, it named after the person who actually invented it. So the motor car was not invented in the US, but as your classmate just rightly pointed out, it was the American industrialist Henry Ford, which made the motor car more accessible and affordable in the US with his Model T car in 1908, right? So you see the same Ford cars or line of vehicles, because it's not just cars alone they made that we see today. That was the gentleman who started it, right? So this is the Model T car, right? That was invented in 1908, which essentially was, to be a little bit more accessible and affordable to Americans. And it was with this invention that brought the assembly line technique, right, to factories. And I'm sure as you guys look at these photographs, you know what I mean by assembly line, right? Sometimes you see them on those old cartoons or maybe in some of the old shows, right? If you guys ever watch it, or even the documentaries, you may be watching, right? Where there's specialization of labor. So one set of people, for example, focus on making the rims, like what we see up top here. And then down the bottom, you see the assembling the vehicle. Another set of people, responsible to, for like putting on the wheels and that sort of thing as the vehicle moves along what you'd call like a conveyor belt, right? So it was Henry Ford. He was the one who pretty much, invented this means of production. And what this did, guys, was to make operations even more mechanized and effective. And this ultimately, the assembly line ultimately led to mass production and mass consumption, as we see here in this little box that I was trying to make to sort of, make it a little bit easier to understand. Invention of the assembly line leads to improved labor productivity, which leads to mass production becoming possible, which leads to mass consumption. Because when you have mass production, it means more and more things can be made, right? And not only can be made, but can be made cheaply, right? Which in turn would, be more affordable to more and more people, hence mass consumption, right? But just like with, any other thing, where there is improvement, right? There is some downside to it, right? And with the increased number of motor cars came new problems, such as what you think, guys? Cars are now going on the road now in numbers. What sort of problems you think, come with cars being on the road? Now, remember, they never really have cars before, they had carriages, of course,
Traffic.
there was yes, traffic, the same sort of traffic that over the weekend hold up the toll road. You understand? So there was increased road congestion. That was you, Philip? Because I'm just seeing the raised hand icon just coming up a while ago after the fact, right? So there was increased, road congestion. And not only road congestion, what else you think happened? Remember, cars weren't there before, and yet you start having some people coming on the road driving, and they didn't really have
Accidents.
to go. Yes.
More accidents. Yeah.
Yes, more
And then again,
accidents.
and then again, if you realize with old time cars, they are made somewhat kind of stronger. And then
Yes.
nowadays cars they are very thin and so forth. So one little pump, they mash up the car, hurt themselves and so forth.
Guys, I
Things
can't
not
even,
getting
yes,
stronger.
I can't even, that is just so, that observation is so, relevant right now because it's almost like every time these days in Jamaica, you're hearing of some car accident, you notice you're hearing that they're bursting out in flames and that sort of thing, guys. One time I thought it's only movie those things happening in,
Yes.
yeah, and yes, but these cars, yes, they were strong. They were strong. Right. So increased road congestion, increased accidents, right? And with these accidents, it's not just cars running into cars or cars running into building. You have cars hitting down people, right? Because you didn't really have what we would call like sidewalks. You understand? Everything was almost like all in one, right? So people were getting hit down. So what do you think happened, right? Just like with with these problems, they had to find solutions. So relevant solutions include the invention and installation of traffic lights and sidewalks, as well as the widening of roads and the creation of more roads, right, in order to embrace this new technology of the car. Right. Now, it was the development and widespread use of trains and railroads and steamships and canals that is properly termed the transportation revolution. Have you guys ever heard that term before? The transportation revolution?
Yes, miss.
Right. When we talk about the transportation revolution, we're not really referring to, the invention of cars or the tram cars or anything like that. What tram cars and cars did was to revolutionize transport for people alone, for people to get around, getting from point A to point B. But in order for you to build your economy, which essentially is what industrialization did, right? It was to build the economy of the United States. You needed to be able to transport what? What is it you needed to transport? Sorry, what was that, Michaela?
Goods.
Yes, yes, goods. Absolutely. Yes, right?
Materials as well.
Exactly,
Like
Tyler.
coal. Like coal.
Precisely. So the development of trains and railroads and steamships and canals, right? They basically revolutionize the transportation of goods and of course people, because people went on the steamships and the trains as well, but definitely for goods, right? So more cargo and more people could not only travel quicker, right? Because these things are going quicker, you understand? But guess what? They could travel over longer distances. You understand? They could travel over longer distances. And so railroads and canals also encouraged the growth of towns and cities, as people could now go further and further inland, right? This essentially transformed the landscape, also leading to the expansion of markets, new markets. And indeed, the expansion of railroads contributed to what we call westward expansion. You guys know what westward expansion is?
Yes, Miss Manifest Destiny.
It is related.
Western expansion when the U.S. states they started thing in California or the western section of America.
Yes. It's expanding from the eastern coast of the US to the land right across the United States, right across to the Pacific Ocean there. Of course, much of this land was not unoccupied because the Native Americans lived there. But, the white settlers, what they would do was to displace them, either round them up and put them in reservations, right? Which is what they essentially did, right? And then, take the land. So basically, westward expansion, the movement of settlers, agriculture, and industry into areas that were unoccupied by whites, right? So the railroads contributed to this, right? And railroads and canals have also been credited with advancement in the coal, iron, and steel industries. And one of the things is that the national and federal governments initially funded the expansion of the railroads, right? Because they realized that this was revolutionizing the way goods would travel, which, as we know, would obviously lead to, you know, an improvement in the economy. And when we talk about the national and federal governments of the United States, what it is we're talking about, just to see that we you know, have a little understand.
Miss Federal and National.
Yes, yes. What we mean by that?
So I would assume national would be like state-wise and federal would be the overall thing because America is a federal republic. So
yes.
yeah.
Yes. Thanks for that, Tyler. Go ahead. Let me.
Same thing I was saying. The federal
Okay.
have the majority and the other parties, the government section.
Yes, Nathan. Absolutely. So you find initially that the government, you know, recognizing how this would totally change the economy and the landscape, started funding it, right? But then, of course, this later gave way to investors, big businesses themselves, actually pumping the money into this, into these developments. All right. So with new inventions and technology came advances in building construction. Did anybody ever think about skyscrapers? And we know what skyscrapers are, right? It's just that today, when we think about like the, like in Dubai, you know, if I'm not mistaken, Dubai has like, or is it
Burj Khalifa, miss, the Burj Khalifa.
Yes. Right. You know, like that's like the tallest building in the world currently. You know, those are what we call skyscrapers. But guys, skyscrapers never just came around the other day, you know, right? It came out of, you know, industrialization, right? Because with new inventions and new technology came advances in building construction. So the first skyscrapers emerged, and what they were constructed with is something called structural steel, right? Which was a stronger material than the traditional iron that used to be used for, you know, when people started using iron to construct, you know, buildings. And of course, this technology, it was pioneered by this gentleman here, Louis Sullivan, and, you know, who worked in Chicago, right? Obviously, these buildings were not as tall as now. And if you were to put the Burj Khalifa, for example, we don't even have to go so far. Next to them, they would be completely dwarfed, completely dwarfed. But they nevertheless represented something different, right? Because guys, the buildings were taller or higher than what traditionally used to be. Like, you know, had buildings that can go up to like 60 stories. And one thing that assisted that, you know, getting buildings up that tall was the invention of the electric elevator, right? Because can you imagine going up 60 stories, you know, 60 stories worth of steps, right? So with the invention of the elevator, it allowed these buildings, new buildings, you know, afford them the ability to go higher and higher and higher. Another factor contributing to industrialization in the US was the availability of an abundant labor supply, particularly in the beginning in the latter part of the 19th century, with millions of migrants coming in from Europe. I mean, migrants from Europe were coming in, you know, from long before the latter part of the 19th century, right? But what happened is that, you see, with industrialization, guys, it's sort of what you call now, it is, what is the term I'm looking for? It feeds into itself. More industrialization begets more industrialization. You understand what I mean?
Exponential growth, miss.
Right. It's like the, you know, the sort of circular sort of thinking, more industries coming up, right? What do you think happened when you have more and more industries coming up? What that would create?
More jobs.
Industries.
Absolutely, more jobs. Yes, more industries means more jobs. And of course, this was particularly attractive to the you know, the lower class, or, you know, the very poor in Europe that wanted to come to the US, right, to make a life for themselves. Yes, you had a comment, Nathan? Was it
Yes,
Nathan?
miss. Yes, miss. Like the Irish and the Italians.
Yes, yes, precisely. We had the Germans coming as well, but yes, that is why they came. And of course, they would always come through what we call during this period here, the latter part of the 19th century, going into the early 20th century, Ellis Island in New York, right? You know, like where the Statue of Liberty is, right? The Ellis Island is like there, right? And that is where they would process them, right? They would process them, right? So the availability of an abundant labor supply came out of industrialization, right? And also contributed to industrialization because now you have more people, right? Helping in the creation of newer industries, right? Jobs created in factories in cities served as a significant pull factor. And as said, immigrants in turn contributed to industrialization. Likewise, guys, it wasn't just European immigrants coming in, all right? There were African-American migrants fleeing Jim Crowism from the southern states. Anybody? Yes, you all know what Jim Crowism is, right? Jim Crow laws.
Yes, miss.
Absolute
segregation laws.
Segregation, absolutely, right? African Americans had no way of advancing socially, economically, politically in the southern states, right? So they decided, let's go to north. And what was the northern states? It wasn't like that. There wasn't legal segregation up north, all right? But adding to that was in the industrialization that was booming, which also afforded job opportunities for them, right? So this contributed to waves of African Americans migrating to the northern states. However, with all of these new people coming, whether from Europe or from down the southern states, what do you think happened? Right? Remember, not all that glitters is gold. Anytime you have improvements, there's always some downside to it. Right? What do you think happened when you
Poor
have
working conditions.
Yes.
Was harsh.
Poor working conditions because they're clustered and all of those stuff.
Yes, absolutely. Poor working condition. What someone was saying, something
Yes,
else?
I was saying the city life became kind of unbearable. Like the place was unclean.
Yes, yes,
And,
Nathan. Yes, absolutely.
Myth
Absolutely.
also leads to pollution, whether air pollution, water pollution, or environmental pollution.
Yes, Philip. Yes, Philip. And the truth be told, you see, back then, people didn't pay so much attention to the environment. It's not like now. So those things were rampant in the cities. All right. So cities became overcrowded and polluted, right? Living conditions were cramped, right? Because you have all these people, right? All these people who are workers, right? So, they had their children, you had whole of families living in like one room, you understand, in a one-room apartment, right? Oh, and Michaela added, wages were not enough, precisely, right? Wages were poor and work hours were incredibly long, right? And guys, there were no safety regulations in these factories where these people working, right? There were no safety regulations. You understand? Meaning you're there, assembling something and something drop on your finger and mash it up, or drop on your hand and mash it up, and that is it. You don't get any what they call workman compensation, right? No workman compensation. So there were no safety regulations in workplaces. And added to that, guys, child labor was the norm, right? Child labor was the norm as well, right? Children not going to school. They have very big families, right? So they had to go and work with their families, right? And the truth be told, big business, right? These wealthy 1% of businessmen didn't care about that. It was about making money, more money, more money, more money, right? And so, this created a lot of problems on the human level. And guess what? The immigrants didn't only work in the cities, you also had immigrants who worked outside of cities, such as in railroad construction, where they also faced poor working conditions. And in one instance, right, a set of laborers decided in 1877, right, to take strike action in response to wage cuts. They weren't getting good wages to begin with, and now they were getting wage cuts, right? So they decided to take a strike action, and this was known as the Great Railroad Strike of 1877. So this was their response to poor working conditions, right? And in light of all of these things affecting workers, we had labor unions beginning to come up, right, in order to advocate on behalf of these people, right? So it's not just in Jamaica where we have trade unions. Labor unions and trade unions are the same thing. It's just that we call them trade unions out here. Now, another factor contributing to industrialization is what we call laissez-faire policies. Laissez-faire. Forgive my French, guys. I mean, I did French like in A-level, and I'm not even going to tell you what I get in it. All I know is that I pass, but I have not touched it in so many years. So laissez-faire, right? That's a French term. Now, what
Free
is
market, miss.
all right. All right, Tyler. Guys, you don't need me this morning, you know. But this is what I like. This is what I like. Yes. Basically, with these policies, the government took a step back. They didn't really interfere with the business activities of these people who were, you know, in creating these factories and these industries, right? The government encouraged businesses to thrive by limiting its involvement in their affairs, right? So there was a lack of governmental regulation to promote the growth of businesses because the government realized, well, this is one way for the economy to boom, right? But tell me, can you think of a problem with this sort of approach? What do you think this sort of approach would take if a government don't regulate anything and big business allowed to do pretty much what they want to do?
Miss,
Corruption, miss.
Yes, yes, that's the word I'm looking for. But go again, go again, Nathan.
yeah, corruption and taking disadvantage of the workers.
Yes, absolutely, guys. I feel like this is school challenge quiz. You're making me feel proud. Yes, corruption. There was political corruption, right? As you know, political organizations became allied with business interests to the detriment of the common people. And guys, it was not uncommon for money to be exchanged under the table for city councilmen to keep their mouths shut when there were labor abuses in these factories, right? Yes. But out of all of this, right? Because I hope you guys seen that, yes, industrialization is a good thing. It's great for the economy, right? It's great for technology. But, you know, there's a downside to it. And in reaction to this downside, right, something emerged, or an era emerged known as the progressive era, beginning in the 1890s, going right up to 1920, where there was a widespread social activism and political reform to eradicate the issues created by industrialization, right? Right? There was a move to prevent poor working conditions, you know, there was a move to reduce poverty, and there was certainly a move to prevent political corruption in order to clean up US, so to speak, right? So the progressive era came out of industrialization to pretty much clean up the bad effects of this industrialization. Now, industrialization in the US, right? We see it took right off, many different innovations, right? Many different technologies emerging, more products being put out on the market, right? After a while, the US realized that it needed more and more raw materials in order to, you know, keep the momentum with this industrialization growing, right? And of course, they look to the Caribbean and Latin America to fill this need, because the Caribbean and Latin America pretty much considered as the backyard of the US, right? You know, their closest neighbors. Canada was there, but US and Canada didn't have that kind of relation, right? Right, so the US needed to find sources of raw material, right, that could be provided and that was provided by Latin America in the Caribbean. In turn, in the case of Latin American economies, this led to a boom in those economies, contributing to Latin America becoming export-oriented, right? Meaning they develop an export market, exporting raw materials to the United States. And this in turn influenced their own social and political developments, right? The Caribbean also provided markets, right? Because if you are manufacturing more and more goods now, you need more markets. Yes, you have markets, you know, in your own territory, but you also need to export some of this. So the Caribbean became a source of market for manufactured goods. Latin America, not so much, right? They were primarily the source of raw material, right? So the Caribbean provided markets for these manufactured goods that were created as a result of industrialization in the United States. And of course, money made from industrialization, right, ended up being invested in different territories in the Caribbean and Latin America in various business ventures, right? And so what we can see here is now, you know, industrialization indirectly extended US influence in the Caribbean and Latin America. Because if you guys would remember from another, I don't remember which module it is, right? You know, with the US, you know, wanting Cuba, right? Or the US, you know, going into Latin America, you know, with the United Fruit Company, for example, you know, who set up, you know, the banana plantations and that sort of thing. All of that had to do with, investments, right? So these, you know, these American businessmen who were setting up these things here, they weren't the government, but they indirectly extended US influence. And of course, with Manifest Destiny, right? Manifest Destiny, and of course, you know, Monroe Doctrine, and then of course, Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. You guys, this all ringing a bell to you guys, right? We find the US government,
yes, US in,
right?
Caribbean, and
yes,
Fidel Castro and the Spanish.
exactly, right. So industrialization, right, with investments in these, you know, coming out of industrialization in these territories indirectly led to US, getting politically involved in these places. All right, guys. So as we come to a close, right? In summing up today's presentation, factors leading to industrialization in the US include the Napoleonic Wars and the War of 1812, the availability of natural resources, new inventions and technologies, abundant labor supply, laissez-faire policies. What were the consequences of these? We looked at them while we were discussing the factors that contributed to industrialization. These include the very obvious one, economic development, right? Industrialization pushed America, led America to becoming an economic powerhouse, right? Westward expansion, right? US started settling, you know, unoccupied white territory, let me put it that way, right? The whites started, you know, they started settling in territories unoccupied by the whites. There was urbanization. What is urbanization, guys? This may be the first time we're using the term, but it basically sums up what we had looked at before. What is urbanization?
Miss, urbanization is caused by migration of various immigrants going into one particular area, and this causes greater housing and building developments, Miss.
All right, Tal, and to make it a little bit more specific, it's talking about cities, the development of cities. But yes. And of course, with, you know, the new labor, the waves of immigrants coming, right? You know, the African Americans from down south, this also led to urbanization, right? There was also the emergence of labor unions in response to poor working conditions, right? In response to poor working conditions. And of course, corruption as a result of big business and government working together, right? But all in all, as we said, industrialization, regardless of the problems associated with it, it nevertheless led to the United States becoming, obviously an industrial nation, but also an economic powerhouse. It drove the US economy, which in turn led US into other areas that it found itself in, other developmental areas. And also, you know, it provided means by which US was able to exert its imperialist, its new imperialist agenda, you know, in other places of the world. And yes, guys, this brings us to the end of this session, this first session. And of course, here are some references. You guys would have definitely had this book here, right? The Caribbean, The Atlantic World and Global Transformation, Lectures in Caribbean Advanced Proficiency Examinations in history, sorry. You guys know of this book. It's a book by the department. What I can do, I can send out this chapter here, Engines of Change, Industrialization and Society in the United States, 1820 to 1920. Can send it out via email to your teachers to disseminate to you. All right,
Yes,
guys?
Yes,
Yes. Right. And of course, with the Industrial Revolution in America, you know, any number of sources you'll find information, right? It's like written on. All right. So are there any questions, guys? Did I lose anybody? Although I feel like I'm the one who should be asking you the questions. I could learn so much from you. Are we all still on the same page? Didn't lose anybody, right?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. So guys, what we're gonna do now, we are going to have a short break. Don't go anywhere, you know, right? You can go drink some water, use the bathroom, stretch your legs. I want you guys to come back at 9:30. It's 9:24 now. Come back at 9:30 because we have a short marketing presentation called Moving Forward with History. And then after that marketing presentation, we're going to have our next session, which is the session I know you guys probably dreading. No, but it's the first time you'll be doing this. You know, that document-based question that your teacher's telling you about on the CAPE exam. Right. That next session begins at 10 a.m. and it's very important that you guys really come back to listen to that one, because we will have Dr. Diane McCollum pretty much taking you through that. All right. So yes, 5 minutes, drink some water, come back, and we will have our short marketing presentation. All right, guys. And remember, tell your friends if they can't, we have space on Zoom so they can come. But if not, we're streaming live on our YouTube channel. All right, guys. So I'll just take the break right here. Okay, guys, we are now back. We will now have Dr. Julian Cressa, also from the Department of History and Archaeology, and he will be taking us through this presentation, showing us the benefits of studying history.
All right, good morning to everyone. I'm glad you could be here, both in Zoom as well as on our social media platforms. As you say, I'm talking to you today about moving forward with history. I know for a very long time, it happened to me, it happened to generations of students after me who studied history. We got the question, so what are you really going to do with history? Teach? And I understand where that question comes from. I'm sure many of you face a particular type of concern and consideration when you think about what is it I'm going to go to university to do. I don't know how many of you are thinking about going to university to do a history degree, but you are doing history, so you have some interest or you see some value in history. And I want to talk to you today about the possibilities of moving forward with history. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Upwork. Are you? How many have heard of Upwork? How many have heard of sites like Fiverr? Anybody in the chat familiar with these sites? But if you know anything about them, you know that these are sites that now facilitate a lot of remote work. So something like Upwork, you can go on Upwork, you can search, you can find jobs that you're able to do from here in Jamaica, but jobs that are all over the world. Fiverr is very similar. And sites like Upwork and Fiverr represent this new paradigm that we're in. A paradigm that was beginning to be ushered in a few years ago, but certainly one that has been accelerated by the conditions surrounding the pandemic of the last 2-3 years. So we now live in a world that is even more connected than before, and one that is even more open to working virtually, working remotely. What does that mean for history? It means that there are a number of new possibilities, careers for jobs using the skills learned from a history degree or even just from history courses. I did a quick search on Upwork, finding people who listed history as their #1 skill set. Here's just a random example. I found Joseph, who writes what he does on Upwork is find opportunities to create content, to do proofreading, and he charges $50 an hour. Now, $50 an hour is roughly about 7,600 Jamaican an hour. If he even works 10 hours a week, which is what, 2 hours a day, Monday to Friday, he can possibly earn, 300,000 Jamaican dollars a month. Now, he might be exceptional, he might, make more than the average, but there are these types of possibilities out there. Another quick search revealed Michelle, who also graduated with a history degree. All she has is a bachelor's degree, majoring in archaeology and history. And she too writes content. She prepares content, especially for social media. And she's charging $45 an hour straight out of university. I don't want to paint an overly rosy picture, but what I do want you to do is to recognize that there are these possibilities that exist. I know someone in Jamaica right now who is making $1,000 a month, sitting down at home, doing work remotely for somebody in the United States. And there are going to be more and more and more of these types of possibilities because we live in a time, in a paradigm where, as Bill Gates said, content is king. People think a whole lot about entrepreneurship. People think about buying and selling, the creation of products. And a lot of time we think of tangible products and ignore the fact that content is one of the most bought and sold commodities in the world today. Content really is king, and a whole lot of content is produced and a whole lot of content is consumed daily. You can think about how much time you spend on your phones and other mobile devices. You can think about all of the content that you consume from social media, from sites like YouTube, from many other different types of platforms. There are, for instance, series that are based on historical content. I did a quick search of Netflix in the last couple of years just to see, I mean, I don't really watch a whole lot of these things, but, seeing what is popular out there. I know something like Bridgerton is very popular now. And these series that are set in the past need historical consultants to come in and to help inform the content that is being created. So anytime you see a series like this, know that historical consultants have been paid, well paid, to come in and to provide background to make sure things are not necessarily always 100% accurate, but to provide a type of context that is needed to create series like these. And history is something that people are very much interested in. There is a demand for history. A lot of the content that comes out of Asia, for instance, are these, Korean, Chinese, even Indian dramas that are set in the past. And again, it is the persons with the historical knowledge who are brought in as consultants to inform even things like costume design, settings, language that is used. So there is a demand for history, and that therefore means there's a demand for people with historical knowledge. And these are careers out of the kind, way out of the traditional box of, teaching with history, writing history books. I know anime is something that is increasingly popular in Jamaica and the Western world. A lot of times we consume this content and we don't always know the kind of historical background to these things. I don't know how many of you know about the saga of Tanya the Evil, but it is a story that is based on the events of World War II. And again, it is World War II historical experts who are brought in to kind of provide the background, the context to help with script writing. So these are people with a historical background, working in these kind of very creative and exciting fields. Another popular set of anime series and characters are to be found or based on the Edo period of Japanese history. Things like the samurai comes immediately to mind. And again, when these comics, manga comics or anime series, animations are being produced, there is that necessity for persons with historical knowledge to act as consultants. So there are these new creative fields that are producing the content that is in high demand and that requires certain historical skills. So we need to think about very new ways in which somebody with historical knowledge and historical skill sets can translate those skills and knowledge into not just profitable, well-paid careers, but also very exciting, engaging, and creative ones. Right? We don't need to think of history in the ways that it has traditionally been presented. Another way in which historical content is being presented now more and more and more are through podcasts. And I did a quick search and found, this clip is just from 20 of the best podcasts that receive, thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of downloads per month. But even podcasts that are not quite as popular as these are still engaging audiences. There are many popular ones. People are tuning in. It is a way to engage people about history, about the significance and value of history in a creative way, in new ways, in engaging ways. But then there are also so many possibilities of monetizing this content. And believe you me, a lot of these people who are producing these podcasts are not simply doing it to talk and share on history, but they're doing it because of the possibility of monetization, of making this content on history that people are interested in, that people are demanding, making that into a commodity that can be sold, making a production then of podcasts into a profession. And of course, I'm just barely scratching the surface. There are so many other things that are out there for you to think about. I don't know how many of you have ever heard of photogrammetry. That word may not necessarily ring a bell, but if you've ever gone shopping on Amazon and gotten a 360-degree view of an object that you want to purchase, or if you've ever been on a museum website and they have an artifact and you can do that 360-degree view of it, those 360-degree models, those virtual reproductions are produced through a process called photogrammetry. And it involves coming in, sometimes with specialized equipment, sometimes with just a simple, phone camera, and taking pictures from, multiple perspectives, sometimes hundreds or thousands. And then there's specialized computer software that plugs these hundreds or thousands of images together, and you manipulate it and you create this 360-degree virtual model of the object. This is something that is incredibly important now in museum spheres. Not only because museums have objects that they want people all over the world to see, and people in the best of times can't visit, but also because of the conditions, as I said, of the pandemic, which tells us more and more that we can't rely on people coming in physically to these spaces. We have to think in this new world of virtual realities, how can we reach people with content? And therefore, fields like history, like heritage management, are now employing these digital technologies to enhance their reach, to engage with audiences in new ways. We're not just presenting history in history books or history articles anymore. There is a need for a different type of history content because we have a different type of audience that demands it. And therefore, history needs to move forward. We at the Department of History and Archaeology at UMONA recognize that history needs to move forward in this way. And what we have done in the last 3 or 4 years is to begin to redesign and revise our programs so that we can move forward in history too. We have courses like audiovisual history and heritage, where students are taught to make documentaries. So they're taught skills in photography, in video production, and video editing, combining that with historical research and documentation and analysis skills. So instead of writing a final research paper, producing a final research documentary. We also have an undergraduate course called Digital History, which is a recognition that we need to engage digital technologies to move history forward. And in a course like this, students, their final project is to actually produce a website. So they're taught those skills, but they're also exposed to things like, photography, video editing, animation, the creation of static and animated infographics. So we are trying to move forward with history in the department because history is not standing still, may be gone, but history as a discipline, the need for knowledge of history is something that is certainly continuing. When we say moving forward with history though, we're not just saying we need to, change the way in which we approach history. It is also a recognition that society as a whole cannot move forward without historical knowledge. One of the great values of history is that it helps to explain the present that we are in now, and therefore also provides lessons that help to guide us as we make decisions for the future going forward. Anytime there is a serious crisis, like the crisis in Ukraine, conflicts, and they are discussing these things in the media, you will very frequently see historical experts being brought in to provide the context, to explain the background, so that people can understand why we are where we are now and understand the events around us. Few fields can move forward without this knowledge of the past. So history continues to be incredibly relevant. History continues to be incredibly important. The demand for historical knowledge is unceasing, it's unending. We just have to recognize new ways in which we can produce and translate this historical knowledge. Also, very importantly, pair this historical knowledge with other skill sets to make them marketable, to find careers and professions using this knowledge and skill sets. So we in the department have revised and created new degree programs. We have our tried and true BA in history, where you will get a wide range of exposure to history from different parts of the world, as well as being exposed, as I mentioned a while ago, the digital humanities and digital history. We have our BA in history and archaeology. And again, you think of history and archaeology, and I'm encouraging you to think outside the box in terms of what can be done with a degree like this. I had a friend who was just interested in scuba diving, took up scuba diving, really loved it, and realized that they could pair their love of scuba diving with a study of marine biology. And now they are one of the Caribbean's foremost marine biologists, leading scuba dives all over the world to study marine biology, working on projects right across not just the Caribbean, but as I said, in other parts of the world as well. And he may never have imagined that simply a love of scuba diving could have led him to that position. Well, similarly, marine archaeology is something that is incredibly important. We in Jamaica have, one of the foremost sunken archaeological sites in the world in Port Royal. So, who knows what type of possibilities there may be there. We have to think, as I said, I hate the cliche outside the box, but we have to think in new ways of researching and presenting historical and archaeological knowledge. We have a BA in History and Journalism, one of our newer programs. And this again comes from the recognition that history is very important in other studies, in other fields as well. So even if you're not interested in doing a straight history degree, there's a recognition that there are other fields in which it is completely necessary for you to study history. Broadcasting journalism is one of them. If you don't have the type of historical knowledge and context to explain a lot of things that happen today, then you're not going to be a good investigative journalist. We have this program that allows you to do courses in journalism at Caramac, pairing it with historical knowledge. And we believe that that is going to give you a competitive advantage over people who just study journalism alone, who may have, techniques of interviewing and broadcasting, but don't have the kind of contextual information that history provides. So we think it's a really good program. A lot of students have been doing it. There's some very good feedback. Another brand new program that we have is a BA in History and International Relations. And again, this comes from the recognition that if you're going into international relations, if you're getting involved in, diplomacy, foreign affairs, if you want to work at somewhere like the United Nations, having a kind of awareness of the past of not just the Caribbean region, but the globe really, is going to give you a kind of foot up, a competitive advantage over So we have this new program or BA in History and International Relations. Of course, if you're, wondering about people who may have done history and what that can translate into, I just did a quick search again of, popular or powerful people with history degrees. And two of the first people that came up were the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the UK. So, I'm not saying anything about the character of either of these gentlemen, but the point is history, knowledge of history, as well as a history degree, is quite often a stepping stone into many fields. It opens a lot of doors, particularly in politics, in diplomacy, in foreign affairs, because when you go and sit down at a table and you have the Russian ambassador next to you, or you have somebody from the Middle East and you're negotiating, if you don't have a kind of knowledge of the history of the Middle East, a history of Eastern Europe, if you don't understand the complexities of politics in these areas, you're going to be lost. You might make a fool of yourself. You might say insensitive things. So if you think about a field in all of these areas, think about how history can complement what you're doing, because nothing moves forward without this knowledge of the past, without the lessons we can take from the past. And of course, then there's also just simply a minor in history where you can do a major in another area if that's what you're interested in, but still do a minor in history to get that type of historical background, to get that type of historical exposure and knowledge, to develop skills that come along with doing history, which again, we feel is going to give you a competitive advantage in whatever your major field is. So if you major in sociology or government, even in business, if you have this type of background in addition, it gives you that competitive advantage. So we in the department are moving forward with how we have our history program set up. We have new courses, we have new programs, we are engaging digital technologies and rethinking how history can be packaged in this new paradigm that we're in. But we're also being true to a tradition of centuries, if not millennia, which is recognizing that as a society, we cannot move forward without understanding history, without understanding the past. And therefore, there's always going to be a demand for history and historical knowledge. And therefore, at the end, what I'm saying to you is, if you have a love of history, there is no need in 2022 for you to say, for you to become one of the many students that I've come across that said, sir, I really love history, but I couldn't do it at university because I couldn't see how I'm going to turn that into a career. If you love history, if you have an interest in history, if you're good at it, there are many, many, many possibilities for you to move forward. So thank you very much for listening. And hopefully September, hopefully in the coming years, I will be seeing a number of you in the Department of History and Archaeology at UWI Mona. Thank you very much.
Hello.
You have questions? I can hang around for a few minutes if anybody has questions, anybody wants to ask anything.
Oh, yes, sir. So I had applied for history and archaeology and international relations for Mona, UE. Can you like give me like, you know, a little background on what the studies is basically about? I mean, like, is it majority of the Caribbean, or, you know, is it kind of international?
No, it's definitely international. So first of all, the program that you would have applied for is history and international relations. So archaeology wouldn't be a part of that, but history and international relations. And there's actually, we have a YouTube video on our channel that gives you a kind of brief introduction into the program. So that's also something you can check out after today's lectures. But is that somebody getting into international relations is somebody who may want to work in diplomacy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at somewhere like the United Nations, you know, who's going to be in dialogue with people from all over the world. And therefore, it is necessary for you to have some understanding of the history of these regions of, you know, I mean, if you're thinking about something like the Ukraine crisis now, if you don't understand, you know, events after World War I, World War II, you know, the way in which European borders have been drawn and redrawn, you know, the history of kind of conflicts, then you're lost. So the idea of this program is you're going to go to international relations courses in the Department of Government. You're going to learn about diplomacy. You're going to learn about foreign affairs. You're going to learn about a lot of the multinational agencies in the world today and how they operate. Things like the United Nations, you're going to understand how, you know, relations between governments are structured, how diplomacy is carried out. You will learn all of those things in the IR section of the course. What you'll do in history is then learn about the histories of regions that you're interested in so that you can have that context. Now, anybody who comes to do one of our majors is going to be exposed to Caribbean history because we are a Caribbean institution and that is our focus. But the focus beyond Caribbean history is wide and you can pick areas. We have courses in Asian history. We have courses in African history. We have courses in European history. We have courses in North American history. We have courses in Latin American history. So essentially, you know, most of the world is covered and you can choose courses that relate to or correlate to the areas that you are particularly interested in. You know, in the first year, you kind of get a wide exposure. There's a course essentially in world history, which is a survey course that talks about the development of civilizations and societies across the globe. So you have that kind of general background. But then as you go through into second year, into third year, you can pick history courses that, as I said, align with your interests.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, well, thank you for that question. Thank you for staying with me and listening. Enjoy the rest of the lectures. I'm sure they'll be very helpful. Good luck in your exams. And as I said, hopefully I will be seeing some of you on the campus in the years ahead. Take care.
All right, guys, great. Hope that was well informative. I'm glad to see that, Nathan, yes, somebody asked a question. All right, so remember we have our next session starting in the next 4 minutes, which is how to do the document-based questions, right? So go ahead, drink some water, stretch your legs, and see you back at 10. And of course, remember, tell your friends, right? That if they're not joining us on Zoom, right? We're streaming live on YouTube, all right? So yes, guys, see you back in about 4 minutes? All right. Dr. McCallum, you can go ahead and I've made you a co-host. So you
Yes.
can, you're right. So you can go ahead and share whenever you're ready.
Okay. It's okay. We have a minute. Thanks. Dr. Nelson, we can start now.
Okay, yes. All right, let me just, right guys, I welcome to those, who are just joining us this morning. And of course, thank you for those who have stayed with us since this morning. So we will continue with our second of 3 sessions today. And remember, tell your friends if they can't come on Zoom, we're streaming live on our YouTube channel, History You Mona. And as a matter of fact, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna place the link in the chat so you can share it with them. So our presenter for this session is Dr. Diane McCollum from the Department of Education in the Faculty of Humanities and Education at the UWI Mona, and she will take us through preparing for the document-based questions. Dr. McCollum, over to you.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our students. Let me put my video on. Morning, morning, morning. I'm hoping that you are in a position where you can speak with me this morning. All right. So welcome to this session. It's for 45 minutes. Let me see how best I can complete in the time. So we're looking today at the document-based question, and we're looking at it in terms of strategies to help you to understand the document-based question. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask you a few questions because I'm a bit intrigued by how our students view the CAPE history exam, especially the document-based question. So I'm going to ask you a few questions. I'm going to ask you to indulge me by responding so that I can get a sense from you about how you feel about the document-based question. And I'm asking this in the context that you might have done Unit 1 last year, but I also understand that some schools are doing Unit 2 first. So maybe this will be your first exam, all right? So let me just pull up my screen. So did I hear any response? Hello, everyone. Can you tell me that you're hearing me and that you're going to be responding to my question, please?
Yes, miss, I'm hearing you and I will be
responding. Thank you.
Hearing you properly.
Very good. Thank you very much. So I want you to look at the questions and I want you to respond. Now, let me just say first, let me just move this from my screen, just to give you an idea of what we're doing today. So, we're discussing briefly your experience with the document-based question. I first want to hear the challenges, then I want to hear your experience if you've done this this exam already, or if you've not done the exam, to sort of tell me what you've heard about the document-based question in particular, because we have a sense that our students have a challenge or they have a fear, where the document-based questions are concerned, and we want to see what the nature of that fear is. And then what I'm going to do is to look at the sections of the syllabus that relates to how you work with the syllabus in preparing for your exams. And then we look at the knowledge base that you need to have in order to do the document-based questions properly. I think, and some of my colleagues think, that maybe if you get a little more practice in going through document-based questions, that fear, and it's not you alone, students everywhere who do history tend to have a fear of document-based questions. So it's not you alone in our Caribbean context. And then in between of all of what I'm going to be saying, I'm going to be maybe making some suggestions as to how you can work amongst yourselves and with small groups to get you to sort of understand the syllabus a little more. But I think this is done better if this is done within small groups. so that you can cover as much as you can possibly cover. So here are the questions. All right. So we're now looking at the key to success in understanding documents and the reasons for the challenges. So here is the first question. So if you sat Unit 1 last year, what was your experience with the document-based question? Maybe one or two responses, and the one or two might capture everybody else's. What was your experience with the document-based question if you did the exam last year?
Yes, I'm going to be honest, miss. I don't think I remember.
Who is speaking? Nathan?
Yes, miss.
You don't remember?
I don't remember the questions. Exactly.
No, I don't want you to remember the question. How did you approach the document-based question? Were you anxious? Were you happy to do it because you knew how to do it? Just tell me your experience.
Well, I was never anxious because, I mean, it's kind of a common thing for our teacher to show us how to do the documents questions. That's Mr. Darling. So, I mean, I didn't find the document question challenging.
Okay, very good. You didn't find it challenging. Why was that?
Because before our exams, we were basically technically practicing document questions, and our teacher would mark and correct and show us what to do if there's any problem and all of that, like past papers.
Okay, so I'm hearing practice, and I'm hearing, what else did you say? There was continuous practice, and what else?
Practice, past papers and, correction and guidance on how to do it.
Okay, teacher guidance. Of course, we expect that. All right. So you don't have a problem in reading documents and understanding them?
No, miss.
Very good. All right. Thank you. Is there any other response? Anybody else?
Miss, good morning.
Morning.
It's one of the problems that I face is when you read through the document and then you read the questions. Sometimes it have nothing to do with the document question. So the questions are not like.
The questions have nothing to do with the document. That's what it said?
Yes, miss. Sometimes I read it, I'm like, I can answer the question based on the knowledge that you have learned from the teacher based on what you have read. You can answer the question without reading the document. It's just
okay.
Yes, Michaela speaking. Yes, sometimes it's very hard to interpret. I believe that is because to do a document analysis, you have to have background information, right? And if we don't read to get that background information, it's going to be difficult. So that is what I think she's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very hard to interpret sometimes.
Okay, all right, and you're correct. All right, no, is there anybody else? Just one more, let me put up the second question. So I am assuming that the three of you
sorry, Dr. McCallum. Philip?
Yes.
You responded already? I see your hand up.
No, miss, I just raised my hand.
Okay, Philip, go ahead. I'm not seeing the raised hand, sorry.
Okay, sorry about that. The problem with me is that last year, I found it to be a challenge, and that is because the teacher that we had, we didn't really practice much document questions and so forth. And her method of teaching and explaining how we go about the questions, I didn't find it somewhat sufficient enough or effective enough. And so when we went on the exam now, it was a bit of a challenge because, for example, they give us a document and we read it and they ask us question A, and then it values, say, for example, 9 marks. No, and then I'm wondering sometimes, do I approach this in a essay format where I give a small little introduction and I then answer the question and then give a small conclusion and so forth. So these are some of the challenges that I experience personally.
Okay, thank you, Philip. That is a very important point that you have made here. All right, so your answer is valuable and we will address that. Let me go on to the second question. So I don't know if there's anyone here who has, if this is going to be your first CAPE exam, because remember, I said I've heard that, you know, sometimes CAPE 2 is done first. So if there's anyone in the group and you're going to be doing CAPE for the first time, what are your views on the document-based question? So I first have to establish anybody in the group who's doing this exam for the first time?
Yes, miss.
Okay, I heard a yes. So tell me, what have you heard about the document-based questions? Because sometimes we go into exams with things we've heard and we've not experienced, and that creates a challenge in itself.
Miss, I've also seen the document question. There's an extract
Mm-hmm.
or a quote that sometimes contains the answer, but if not, you're just supposed to write about what the question asks.
Okay, you're saying, no, what you're saying, sometimes the question that is asked, you're seeing the answer in the document. Is
Yes,
that
miss.
what you said?
Yes, miss. Sometimes there's an answer, or just a small amount of it.
All right. So what is the challenge right there? What's the challenge for you there?
Miss, I don't really have any challenges.
Oh, you're just making that comment.
Yes, miss.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, it happens, but the important thing to note is that the document question is not a comprehension exercise. So nothing is wrong with you seeing what appears to be a part of the answer, and you will see why later on. Thank you for that. Anybody else? All right, maybe we can go on to the next question. All right, so the third question here, and you should know, the CAPE history exam consists of 3 papers. You have the SBA, which you would have done already, the multiple choice paper, which is paper 1, and paper 2, which is both essay item and the document-based question. All right, so I'm asking the question now, which aspect of the overall assessment would you eliminate if you could?
The SBA. The SBA, definitely.
The SBA?
Yes.
Okay.
Paper 2, miss.
Should I ask you why? Or do you want to tell me why, even one reason?
That question is for the person that said SBA, miss.
Hmm?
Question for the person who stated the SBA.
Well, it could be you could answer it and or she can answer.
All right, miss, for paper 2, I say for paper 2 because if you don't do any paper 2, the whole exam becomes easier. So that's the only reason why.
Speak up, I'm not hearing you so well.
For paper 2, I think if I had the option to eliminate one, I would eliminate paper 2 because therefore it would make the exam much easier.
You mean paper 2 completely?
Yeah.
Okay. So you think that the SBA and the multiple choice would do good in assessing your knowledge?
Yes, miss, because we do a lot in the SBA.
So tell me something about the essay item that you don't like.
It's just it's not that I don't like it, miss. I'm just taking the easier option.
Okay, it's just the easier option. All right. Well enough. Okay, I'm going to the last question now. All right. So what do you think contributes to the view that history is a difficult subject? And you might wonder why I say difficult and not easy. The overarching view, anywhere and everywhere when you ask students about history, even if they eventually say it's not bad or it's easy, come to think of it. No, not easy, but they tend to begin with the part that says it is just a difficult subject. In your experience in doing history, is it a difficult subject?
It's exactly what Mr. Wright said in the chat. History is about reading, and our generation, reading is not really our favorite hobby. It's not really our favorite thing to do. So, and to get knowledge from history, to learn and to understand history, you have to read. That is just mandatory overall. Yes.
Yes. So it is the reading that is a problem.
Yes, it definitely is.
Yes, and we all know that history is not the only reading subject.
Yes.
All right, so it don't look like we can do anything about it. So let me show you my expected responses to these questions. Expected now, it don't mean that I could have gone into your heads and read or read what you said, but generally speaking, these are some of the anticipated responses I have. So the first two here, the challenges with history, the problems our students have with history. It requires too much reading. The content to be covered is just too much. Agree with that?
Yes, miss.
All right. Okay. There are two others. I didn't hear anybody say these two. The relevance of history is sometimes not readily obvious. So if you are not able to connect with the subject you're studying, if you can't see the relevance, that might make it appear difficult, right? And then if you are not sure about the career opportunities, or if you think they are limited, you probably will just select history to make up that number of subjects that you need to do in order to be qualified to go anywhere, because you can't go anywhere with one subject. All right, so these are two other reasons that I anticipated. Here are three others. Interest in the subject is difficult to sustain. I didn't hear anybody say that, history is boring or anything like that. But that interest, it depends. The only way your interest in history and any other subject can be sustained is if the topic itself is interesting, because we can agree that not all topics in history or any other subject for that matter might be interesting. Then we can also indicate that the method of instruction can create a problem. So you might be lost in how the subject is taught generally. And then maybe the activities which are used are not activities which will generate any interest. All right? And then maybe the texts that you use are not engaging enough. And then primary sources, which really should be part and parcel of every history lesson, might not be easy to comprehend. Unless you engage with them often, you might find them challenging to do. And then there are a whole heap of other issues. Time, maybe you don't have enough time in the school day. The time allocated to history might not be enough. Then maybe there are resource constraints. So there could be a whole heap of stuff. So these are the possible reasons why the subject might come across as difficult. Because as I said, if you don't have what you need to sustain you, to drive you, to motivate you, it is just going to be more difficult than it really is. Let us look quickly. I'm going somewhere with this. Don't worry yourself. I'm going somewhere with this because we're getting to the document. It is to really get you to understand that when you're preparing for the document-based question, because you have to prepare in a different way than you would do when you're studying to answer an essay question. So when you're preparing for the document, you're really preparing for the entire exam. So that is why you need to do it well. All right. No, and so these points that I have here is not just for history really, but because we're talking about history, I want you to be able to relate it to history. So reading, yes, not everybody like to read. And yes, as one of our students mentioned about, you belong to an age where you don't like to read and stuff like that. The thing is, it is an attitude and a disposition that we have to work on. Nothing comes easy, really. So if history requires reading, it's an attitude and a disposition that you have to develop. And there are a whole lot of reading strategies that can be used to promote effective and purposeful reading. Now, these strategies are you can find them on the internet if you search for them, reading strategies. You could even put reading strategies for history, and you will come across some very common ones, very, very common one that teaches you how to learn how to scan a book, how to be able to find the relevant information that you need. Please understand, sometimes some books are written in a way you can't jump from any chapter to any chapter because they continue and each chapter builds on the other. But trust me, there are strategies that you can use to help you to get through the reading and really to develop a habit of reading. I don't know how else you learn other stuff. I mean, we have videos, yes, we have music, yes, and a whole lot of stuff, but reading seems to be baseline. All right, so it is a skill that requires practice. And I'm going to encourage you to see what you can do with yourself between now and the exam when that happens. The content. Now, if you look at the syllabus, the history syllabus, the syllabus it's heavy, right? It's quite heavy. And the content it's broad, it's wide, and it is deep. How do you select? Should you select? Now, my advice and my suggestion, I know that you probably are studying in a group already, or maybe you have a group in another subject area. I'm suggesting that you have to utilize group study. I know that maybe you have bad experiences with group study when people don't do their part and stuff like that. But if you were to consult any psychological text, any literature, and group work is something that is promoted at the university level. And even if you're not coming to university, I don't mean UWI, but if you're not going to university, anywhere you go after school, group or teamwork is a must, right? Teamwork, make the dream work. And believe me, no man is an island. Nobody can really go through life without teaming up with somebody else. So I think it is something you need to give some good consideration. It is a highly recommended option for content coverage and deepening of personal and collective understanding. So I will share a website later on and maybe say a word or two about how you can make the group work so that for each of your modules for Unit 2, you have three modules, and for each of the modules, well, most of them, there are 2 themes, and one might have 3 themes, I think. You have to find a way to work with a group. Each member of the group become an expert in one theme and share their experience and their information in a group setting. So you should be going into the exam knowing each of you one theme properly. And then because you are the expert, you're the one who did the theme and shared it and discussed it with your group. And so when you come to study in the other themes, you would remember what was said in the group setting, and it will make the reading easier. All right, relevance. One of the problems with learning history in particular is that you're not able to relate the past to the present. This is something that you need help to do, right? And it is an instructional device. In other words, for every topic that is being done, there has to be some connection to the present what in the present can you use or can be used to relate this topic to what it is you're doing, so that you can see that history is relevant. There's nothing now, absolutely nothing that we have now that doesn't have a past. All of what we're doing now is going to affect the future. So if you're able to see the relevance of this subject, if not for a career, and I don't want to say you shouldn't choose a career, but if not for a career, history itself has enough relevance and importance to make it something that everybody know about. Interest, again, this can be stimulated by the teachers, but you also have to cultivate an interest in this subject and any other subject to do well, right? So remember now, if you don't have the interest, it's going to make it doubly hard for you to understand and to even like. And then resources. Resources here mean time and material, right? Finding ways to provide continuous practice in document-based exercises. Now, I think maybe the second response that I got, he said he didn't find document-based question challenging because of the continuous practice and because of what the teacher did. So you understand now that the difficulty that you experience has something to do with other things. What are the missing elements? So if you don't get practice, you're going to have a difficulty with the document-based question. And the practice allow you to become familiar with the language of the past. It allows you to come into direct contact with the past because the documents are usually based on primary sources. And so you might get an extract from a newspaper, you might get an extract from a speech, you might get an extract from some government document, right? Or from somebody's personal diary or from somebody's memoir. So it gives you direct contact with the past. And sometimes you realize some of what you read in the textbooks, not all of what you read in the textbook, you will encounter, not all of what relates to a topic you will encounter in a textbook, because textbooks are standard. Textbooks are there to give you the information, not necessarily to tell you the different interpretation on the topic, depending on what you read. But most time in the schools, you use textbooks. So unless you interact with the resources that the historians use, you won't come into direct contact with the past and see that it is livelier than you imagine and that the textbooks can sort of bring to the fore for you. All right, so these are just some things that I'm encouraging you to see the reason behind the difficulty in doing the document-based questions, because I know when you're studying for your essay, you're really reading and you're getting a grasp of the information and who say what. But for the document, it's more structured, it's more specific. And so if you don't have a broad and a detailed understanding of the topic, you might be able to answer the first question, because the first question is almost like a comprehension exercise. And that is because document questions are incremental and they're developmental, which means they get increasingly complex as you move from question A to question D. So the first question is always going to be easy because it's really recall, right? But unless you have that depth of knowledge and depth of understanding, the document will give you a problem. Okay, so now let us see how we can address the challenge that might exist. So you have to be familiar with this, with the syllabus, right? So we're looking just directly at how the syllabus is assessed. Now, in the pages 2 to 3, the front part of the syllabus gives you an idea of how you are assessed. So you are assessed, the skills and abilities that the syllabus assesses, they're divided into 2 main headings, or they're categorized under knowledge and comprehension and inquiry and communication. Believe me again, the syllabus is an open secret. If you know what the syllabus requires, you should not have a challenge in blowing the exam away. So it's knowledge and comprehension, inquiry and communication. Now look at what knowledge and comprehension says and inquiry and communication. So the first point, which I've highlighted, because it runs across every theme in the syllabus, you have to show a knowledge and understanding of the themes, the topics, the periods, the individuals, the ideas, the events, and the processes covered by the syllabus, right? Then the other ones relate to understanding what history is as a subject. So in your study of the different topics, you will come across the fact that historians use different approaches to studying the past. Some historians might be economic historians, some might focus on political history, some might focus on feminist history, and so their ideology, the ideology of the historian will come across in the work they produce. And so you can't read one thing in order to get a near enough comprehensive understanding of any topic in history. History is a contested, debatable, controversial discipline. And if you get to appreciate that, you will be able to deal with it. So the interpretations you are presented with, they vary because historians use different sources, they have access to different sources, and they have their own frame of reference or their own perspectives that they will bring to the study of the past. And so once you understand that, you will be able to deal with the different interpretation of the same topic that you come across without worrying why it is that X is saying that and Y is saying that, right? Your business is to communicate that understanding in your essays in particular, all right? So these are the other things, B to E, that tells you the knowledge and comprehension that is tested. These are the things that are tested. And then when you come over to inquiry and communication, this really, all of these are taken care of by the document-based question and your SBA primarily. All right, so you can go back and look at the syllabus and see that is the case. So I've highlighted A, analyze and evaluate various historical sources, because this is what the document-based question is focused on. Okay. Are there any questions? Are you following me?
Yes, miss.
Okay. Now I've just done this for you. So as I go along, I'm giving you some ideas as how to personalize your study using the syllabus again. So if you look at this, so this is Unit 2, Module 1. Remember the 3 modules, and each module has 2 or 3 themes. So Module 1 is the Atlantic World Revolutionary Changes. So what I've done, I've actually outlined for you the A part of what we just looked at, the knowledge and comprehension, your ability to understand the theme, the topic, so on. So if you were to organize your themes in this way, you'll be able to grasp and to see, you know, because this is a visual, you'll be able to see all of the things which relate to the particular theme. So this is theme 1, which is Atlantic Revolution, concepts, causes, course, and impact. A little further down, you will see that if you understand and if you can remind yourselves that history deals with particular concepts, for every topic in history you do, you will come across particular concepts. And these are concepts that we call, these are the mental tools historians use to organize their work, right? So history is an intellectual discipline. So the tools that historians use is not the wrench and the other things like plumbers and all those people who climb light posts and so, those physical tools that you can see. The tools used by historians are intellectual tools, and they come in the form of concepts. And these concepts help them to explain historical events, historical characters, historical developments, processes, and so on, right? So you will notice that every event that has to do with a war or a revolution, for argument's sake, you always have to know the cause, the consequences, the changes which occurred, and what are the continuities from the period before the event and after the event. So these are concepts, and these are the procedural tool. That's another term that you can use to think about how history works. So that is the theme. And for the topics now, these are the topics under the theme Atlantic Revolution. So you first have to understand the concept of revolutions, definition, what is a revolution, the types of revolution, political, economic, social. Then you go down to the European Enlightenment. That's the second topic. The third topic is the American War of Independence. The fourth one is French Revolution. So the A part of the theme sets the tone for you. And you probably say it's too many things to study. You know, perhaps you can look on the exam paper and suggest to yourself that if this came last year, will it come this year? And I'm not saying you must do that, but I'm just saying you have to find strategic ways of studying. But if you set the thing out like this for yourself, this could also be what you use in splicing up the theme amongst yourselves if you have a group of 4 to 6 members. All right, then periods, the syllabus alludes to it. You need to understand that you must get the period straight, because questions are asked and they normally make use of time frames in order to contextualize the question. And the quotes that are used, or the documents that are used, you will also see the source of the document towards the end of the document. You will see the person who has written it or the institution, and you will see a date, and that will help you to contextualize the topic. So make no mistake, you need to understand the period for any topic that you are studying, right? And then the individuals, make a note in a way like this, perhaps, of the individuals related to the topic you are studying. You must know them, and you must know the ones who are significant. Not all of them are equally significant. You need to know the significant ones. The historians will point those out. And by virtue of what they did and the impact of what they did, you will know how significant they are. So I've only put here the individuals for the Enlightenment, and not all of them either. So you need to know, for instance, what material did John Locke write? What is associated with Montesquieu, Rousseau, Diderot, Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Paine? These are individuals who you can be tested on any question to do with the Enlightenment. But you need to know what they wrote and what effect, you know, what were the impacts and the effects of what they wrote and their activities as Enlightenment individuals. So if you do this, it will help you. And then what were the ideas coming out of the different topics or the movement that you studied? So you need to know them as well. What is rationalism, deism, liberalism, republicanism? These are just a few of the ideas with which the Enlightenment was associated. All right. And then the events. For the events, what you could do is to identify the chief events for each topic. Remember, some of the events will be the trigger event or the immediate event that caused the larger event to happen. All right. Then you need to pay attention to the other events, which we could call the course of the war or the event, whatever event we're looking at, and construct a timeline. The timeline will help you to see cause, effect, relationship. The timeline will help you to see the variation and the time span between events. All right, so these are just ways in which you can study. And then processes here, it refers to the fact that history itself is a process, right? Things happen over time. change happen over time. Change might be short term, long term, they take long to happen and they happen immediately. But also in doing history, it's a process. Engaging in evaluating the sources and stuff like that, it is a process. So, and this is what the syllabus set out for you. I'm moving along. Okay. Okay, so we're moving now to the document. So what I've laid out for you, if you do all of that, it means it will be you'll be giving yourself the opportunity to know the topics inside out, to know the relevant areas, to know who are the important individuals, what were the important events, what caused this, what caused that. Historical events are not monocausal either. Multiple causes, but you need to know which were the important ones. All right. So we're looking now at what are the knowledge and skills and understanding that you need to answer document-based questions. So take a look at this, and we're going to move from left to right, starting with serve as a stimuli to evoke a response. So again, I remember one of our students said that when you look at the document, you see the answer to the question in it. Sometimes it is hard to interpret the question and you need to have a background. You're right on point. Now, the documents, the first thing is that the history exam, any history exam will have documents because documents speak to what history is. Documents are what historians use to tell us what has happened, right? They use primary sources, they use secondary sources. But in order for you to sort of work in ways similar to historians, you have to be exposed to primary sources. And so the documents are primary. There's only, I think, one or two themes, yes, in the CAPE syllabus that uses secondary source, and in unit 1, where you look at the Vikings and the Africans who came, right? But everything else is based on primary source. So the documents serve as a stimuli to evoke a response, right? They test prior or contextual knowledge of an event, an issue, or historical figure. So the document could be on an event. It could be an issue. It could be on a historical development, or it could be on a historical personality or figure, right? So one of the members in the group, you're right. There's no way you can answer a document question adequately if you don't know the content of the topic and if you don't know the context. So the context now means the circumstances surrounding whatever it is the document is talking about. The circumstances, right? And that is called contextual knowledge. Sometimes we might say it is background knowledge. So if you don't know what was going on that the document is talking about, problem. Okay, so that is why it acts as a stimulus. It tests your ability to use knowledge appropriately. So yes, you have done the American Revolution, whole heap of events in the American Revolution, whole heap of individuals in the American Revolution. So are you going to be giving us drip by drip everything that you know about the American Revolution? Absolutely not. So the document, because it is so specific, it is testing your knowledge to pull on the appropriate knowledge that you know about the topic. So it's not everything you're going to be writing. The document might be on the causes of the revolution. It might be on a particular cause of the revolution, right? So it tests your ability to use knowledge appropriately. And then documents, I'm going down now, they test your ability to use the relevant historical skills. What are those skills? We will see that momentarily. All right, so you have a whole heap of skills, but which one are you going to be needed for this particular document? And then they test your understanding of key historical thinking concept. So the word thinking is there because it's what we do. These are concepts that we use to think about the past, to think about particular events, but to think about specific things in relation to an event. So we use the concept cause to get a sense of what caused this particular event. And then we use the concept consequence, because as we read the different documents that we have in front of us, we now have to think, so what were the things that happened as a result of this event? So these are thinking concepts that you have to have in your heads that historians use when they're discussing any particular event. All right. And then they test your knowledge of the content area to which a document relates. So we come right back. So the documents are used in a context and they test particular content. The questions are normally very structured. So if you don't read the questions properly, and if you decide because the first question look easy and you jump into the first question, you start to answer it, and I will repeat that later, you will end up saying a whole lot about the first question, and then you're not going to even repeat it when the second question is really asking you about that, right? So that is just jumping a bit. So let me just move on. Okay, so you need to know what the thinking concepts are, and these are they, right? So you hardly will do any topic which is not of significance, because historians have a lot to choose from. The past as it happened is not retrievable. It's too much, right? And not everything is documented in a way to make sense of it. And so historians will select events which are regarded as significant because they were significant at the time they happened, but they continue to have significance for us now, in the present, and perhaps in the future. So significance can change with time and with generation, depending on what's going on. So anything you study in a syllabus, it's because the syllabus people say that it is significant. Context, that's another concept historians must utilize, because when they sit down to write about, say, the Ukraine-Russian thing, what is the context? What caused this event to happen? Even if it don't make sense to us, even if it sounds stupid, fool, how can you be fighting a war because you want to regain past glory? The fact is that is the cause. That is what they give as a part of the reason. So you have to understand context. Cause effect, I've said that already. What caused it? And you now need to differentiate between long-term cause and immediate cause. All right? So we know that the assassination of the Archduke could not have caused a world war on its own, but that was the trigger event. That was a trigger event or the immediate cause. So it's like the straw that has broken the camel's back. Whole heap of thing was happening, whole heap of background issues and whole heap of things. And so this event was the last straw. So you must be able to identify and differentiate between cause effect and immediate and long term. Continuity and change is something that you will see as you read and as you study a particular area. You will see that, prior to, say, the American War of Independence or the Industrial Revolution, this is what obtained. After the revolution, these are the things that happened. So that's why it's called a revolution, because it means significant changes. Historical evidence. No, historical evidence, it's an abstract concept itself, right? The evidence is not even something you can hold. It's a mental construct. The source is what historians use. The source is a physical object. It can be the document itself, it can be a picture, it can be a poster, it can be anything that you can actually touch. That is the source. But what the historian get from it is the evidence. All right. And so they pull from the physical source the information that they're going to be using to construct an argument. But this is going to be based on the use of several sources that will give them the information and the evidence they need to construct a line of argument about whatever it is they're arguing about. All right? And then historical perspective. We can look at this in two ways. So the historian is writing, but the historian has to have a sense, what we call empathetic understanding. He can put himself in, him or herself, in the place of the people he or she is writing about. Because you can't impose your present day values and understanding on the past. So you have to understand the past in the way the people then understood it. So if they were to come back alive and read about themselves, they should recognize it. Okay, but the historian also is of his own time, his or her own time. And so they have to read based on their own understanding, based on their own perspective, and so on. And that is what will determine their interpretation. These are the concepts that you, my dear students, need to understand. If I gave you an essay to write, all of you are going to write different things about the same topic because you have different perspectives yourselves. You have different point of view. You will agree with a particular thing. One of you might agree with a particular thing, another of you might not. So when you think about your individual approach to writing essays, think how the historian will also be working. They are coming to the thing from a particular perspective. So these constitute the thinking, the historical thinking concepts that are used in studying any topic of the past. So this is just now the definition of them very quickly. So significance here means the principle behind the selection of what and who should be remembered, researched, taught, and learned. So what I said earlier, nothing is studied, nothing is in a history textbook or in an article that the historian don't think is significant. Okay? So this is how, and history also means selection, because we can't research everything and everything can't be in the syllabus. So there has to be selection. The selection is based on these criteria. Historical context. The historian must uncover the rich texture of belief, custom, and values within which the event took place. So this is how they build the context for you, because you need to know why the event you're studying happened. What were the things going on that caused it to happen? All right? So when you read a document, it simply means you must know the context yourself, so that whatever aspect of that big event the document is relating to, you should know. All right? And then the evidence now, there are primary sources which are used and from which data are extracted, and on the basis of the question asked. So it depends on what you're asking of the sources. And when you make use of the source, that is when it becomes historical evidence. So that is just a little distinction between sources and evidence. And these are also explanation of cause, effect, continuity, change, historical perspective. Every situation or event is a product of multiple causes or factors. Some are short-term, some are long-term. All right, so it simply means that, you know, a lot of the sources that you will come across, especially for revolutions, they will speak to causation. They might not use the word cause, but you will know the Q words used in the question. So if it's not cause they're asking you about, they're asking you about effect. And if they're not asking you about those, they're asking you about change. What change? What remained the same? They might not ask you and use the word continuity and change, but you will see the Q words, right? Historical perspective. Well, this is a fancy definition about cognitive act of understanding the different social, cultural, and intellectual and emotional context. That's what I basically said. You need to understand how the people saw what was happening at the time. Think of what's going on in Ukraine now. Think of how the people are seeing it. 50 years from now, when students are reading about it, if the people now who are experiencing it would come back, if you know what I mean, and read it, would they agree? So historical perspective means that, looking at the thing from the perspective of the people who were experiencing it and the people who lived at the time, right? Because we can engage in what the historians call presentism. You're judging the past based on our present values. Or anachronism is when you're imputing or you're putting things into the past that were not there. All right, no, so these are the skills. Remember we said there are certain concepts, I just looked at them. So these are the skills now that you need for document analysis. Now, these skills are not unique to history. What happens, however, is that because of the nature of documents, when you engage in historical study, you know, different folks will tell you that you really learn these generic skills that you apply to every other aspect of your life, right? So in reading the document, you first must comprehend it, because if you don't understand it, you can't do nothing else. All right, so comprehension here means extracting meaning from what is read. And that is why your teachers will tell you to highlight significant terms and words in the document. And then comprehension also means being able to translate. So in your own words, what is the document saying? And then it will allow you to interpret now. And interpret means you're making sense of the document. So comprehension is one of the skills that you will need in order to do your document questions well. And I remember one person had said that sometimes the documents are hard to interpret. Yeah. Okay, but maybe because of the language. But I know when document questions are posed, if the document uses old language, we use a square bracket to say what the current meaning is. Or if another word is used that is no longer in use, that is also explained in a square bracket. So whenever you say a square bracket in your document question, it is a translation of a particular word. All right, and efforts are made to make the document questions comprehensible so that it doesn't prevent access to the information. Analysis and interpretation, this might be the trickier part. Now, analysis, as you know, I know you all know, is when you break down a concept or an episode into its component parts. And to do analysis, you have to use some system of categorization. Now, in history, you know what those categorizations are. There are some basic categories that are used in history when you've read about an event. And so now, you know, there might be a question, but depending on the question, it's requiring you to engage in some analysis so you can deal with a particular aspect of the question. So the basic categories in history, as you know, are political, economic, religious, military, social, terms. So if you're studying a theme and you now want to break it into its component, you have to analyze it in order to interpret, because you might be asked a question that is skewed in a particular way. So you think first, what is the political aspect of this? What is the economic? Because they work together really, but the question might ask you to focus on one, all right? Or on the interrelationship between more than one. So remember that for history, the basic categories used are these, but then there are other things that you might need to use to break down a topic. So you might break it down by events, and you might break it down by phases, you know, depending on how it is presented. But the thing is that you need these strategies to help you to study, else you will pick up the book, read it, and you have no framework to use to make the topic comprehensible to you. And then one of the big things for document-based question now is inferential thinking skills. And there are two types here, either deductive reasoning or inductive reasoning, because usually the last question might ask you to make some inferences, that is something that is not stated in the document, but because you know the topic, you might use the documents to draw some conclusion, because it might ask you to suggest a reason for something, and it's based on your knowledge, yes, but sometimes they want you to infer from the document alone, and you will pick that up when you see it. Okay, so inferential thinking happens at 3 levels: literal, inferential, and critical. And you know this. So again, I remember one of our students said that the questions, you can find the answer in the document. And I said that yes, sometimes for the first question, because it is asking you a literal level question. All right, so as you can see here, the literal level question is the first level of interpretation. So you have to engage in that when you're looking at the document in order to understand it. So in understanding the document at the literal level, you're looking at several things. You're looking at the date, you're looking at the author, and you're looking at the type of document, because the type of document can tell you something about the content itself. Because in studying history, you would have to know that different documents have particular strengths and weaknesses, right? Particular documents are biased and even prejudicial. So, I mean, the point is that they're firsthand, so we can't have an argument with whomever created the document. It's from their perspective. But having that information will help you to determine the extent of bias or prejudice, one-sidedness in the document itself, right? Again, drawing on what is happening now, we are getting so many different interpretation and perspective of what's going on in Ukraine and so on. So you see the trouble that historians have? They have to make sense out of all of that, right? How do you determine what is truth and what is not? So again, it depends on the document that you're using and your knowledge of the inherent weaknesses of particular type of documents. Inferential level is when you're reading beyond the document or behind the words printed in the document. All right, and it says here now, this is the level where background knowledge blends with the literal meaning of the document. So now you have to go outside the document to answer the question, but you also have to read in between the lines depending on what question you are being asked. Sometimes they want you to infer from the document, especially when it comes onto a speech. They want you to make some inferences because, you know, especially politicians, they might be saying things that they don't want to say very explicitly, but it reeks. The document is suggesting it, but your background knowledge will help you to ferret it out. All right, so it brings to mind like letters that have been used already, letters exchanged between the Tsar of Russia and the who was it again? Was it the emperor in Germany at the outbreak of World War? Was it World War I? I think. And you could read in between the lines, you know, based on the document, the letters used, the wiki, Nikki, letters between Germany and Russia. You could read between the lines, but you're able to do that because you know something about the interaction between these different leaders at about the time when World War I broke out. All right, and then the critical level now is you. You might be asked to make a judgment on the document or the event that the document is describing. And that is where now the examiner is looking for your critical judgment, because historians have to make critical judgment of an event. You know, when they look to see what has happened, they can put in their 2 piece about, you know, what it is that they're seeing. And this now is their actual interpretation of the event that they're looking at. Okay. All right. The other things that the documents ask you to do is to make comparison. So when you're making comparison, you're showing the degree of similarity or the similarity between things. So you might be, the 2 documents might be about the same event. from different perspectives, and if they're asked you to compare the views of, you should be able to do that. And the question don't have to say compare and contrast, because comparison means you're looking at what is similar and what is not. Cross-referencing is something that you do. Sometimes document questions ask you, but I know this is a skill that you probably need more in your SBA when you're writing on your own topic and you're showing the skills, the historical skills, and you have to corroborate sources. So you're making an argument or you're making a claim, but you need to show the veracity of that claim by showing how you've used the document or the evidence or the sources to back up your claim. So you're corroborating sources. So if more than one source is pointing to the statement you've made, you have a sense that, you know, this might make some sense and this is a reasonable conclusion. But you can never ever use one source and make a statement and make it so definitive as if to say it is the truth or that's it. And in history, we don't really have any hard, fast conclusion either, because conclusions can change if, you know, more evidence, you know, historians come across more evidence and sources and stuff like that. So historical conclusions are basically tentative, right? And then writing, when you're writing your individual responses, it's your ability now to integrate and synthesize information, not in the way you do an extended essay, right? Remember, the documents are very short, structured essay, and they are specific to the document. So if you spend time writing too long, it will not help your marks, because each document question, the marks are there to show you how many marks you will get per question. All right. So I think I'm running out of time. So I think I might skip. I might come back to this.
Dr. McCallum, yes, you can. We have a little more time for you if you so desire.
Okay. All right. This is just something. Thank you, Dr. Nelson. This is something, another thing I would like to show them, the students, in how they can organize their study of any theme. Use a visual representation of whatever topic you're doing. Believe me, it works. So I've done one here, and this is for the first theme in the module on revolutionary changes. So this is on the concept of revolution. So, and the more practice you get in doing this, is the better for you, right? So in this case, this first theme is concept of revolution. So one of the first things you'd want to do with any topic is to define it, what we mean by revolution. So I have here, for the definition, you take into account the essential attributes of an event, which in this case makes it a revolution. And you have to make sure that those essential attributes describe and define revolution, so that you have there's no way you can mix up a revolution as against a war. We know that wars are a part of revolution, but we do have wars. Huh? So what's the difference between a war and a revolution? So that is a part of concept definition. When you're defining a concept, you must be able to see and distinguish between the concept you're defining and a similar concept. It's like asking the distinction between a chair and a table. How will you define table so that when somebody see the definition, they won't think chair? Same thing with any historical concepts. All right. So, you know, because this theme is about revolutions generally, it means that you could look at the types of revolution, and the syllabus tells you political, economic, social, right? But you will know which are the ones you're dealing with. All right. Then to understand revolution even better, what are some of the features of revolution? And what are the similarities and differences between and among revolutions. So you could look at causes, long-term, short-term, the course, the consequences. So you would be able to, well, and then what defines and differentiates among revolutions is that they happen in different places. But are there some unifying general similarities between revolutions or revolution as a concept? There must be. And historians will say they don't generally believe in theories, but there is a sense in which, maybe I said that wrong, but history does not attempt to make predictions in the way that other social sciences do. They can say, they can say to you, these are the things which are necessary for this to happen. Historians might not necessarily want to say that, but there is a sense in which you can look at the circumstances and conditions which are likely to lead to a revolution. All right, so these are the things you need to look at when you compare the different revolutions. Were the prevailing conditions similar? Maybe not similar events, but were there like social unrest? You know, were there groups of people, we call them the intellectuals, who by their words and their actions and their writings and so on might have stimulated the working class or the plebeians to move and to act? Very often revolutions have an intellectual beginning, but the people who do the action or who start it is the people at the bottom of the hierarchy. So you need to look at that as you look at the different revolutions to see. So this is a way in which you can do that for any and every topic. And then this is another one, and I've done this for the Enlightenment, which is the second topic in that first field. So the syllabus asks you to look at the Enlightenment. It says we're to explain the concept of the Enlightenment, the features of the Enlightenment, I think, and the significance. So I'm just working with the syllabus here. But as a topic generally, any topic, again, you always put the main topic in the center. And then you have the strands, which identify other concepts or terms that relate to the central strand. And then you can have other strands which explain. So look at it. You have enlightenment, you have significance, and then you have a point here. So this is the explanation, but not all of the explanation, but a part of it, because you could have other boxes to connect to significance of the enlightenment. So that's what I mean. So you have the central strand, that is a topic. Then you have the basic, relevant, significant concept which relates to it. And then you will have another strand going further out, which provides explanation. So you can have as many boxes as you can to help you to capture what the second box, the thing in the second box is. And this is also a study strategy. When you get into the exam, bam, you draw your diagram and you use a diagram to discuss the different aspects of the essay that you're going to write. So this is a strategy that has been promoted for students to use something like this to help them to organize how you write, because sometimes you write all over the place because you have 30 minutes to write a question and you just write what comes to your head. You know, it's difficult to organize your thoughts in a rush, but if you put down a plan on a paper, then you're able to write in a particular way. All right, so this is something you can do. All right, let me just run ahead now. So how do you respond to the document question? Let me move from this because I think I've done this already. I think I've talked some of the things that I have on the slide. So let me just go to what you do now when you're responding to the document. You're going to pay attention to the action verbs. So the action verbs are list, state, outline. These are some of them. Pay attention to the action verbs and you work with the action verbs. So if they say you're to list, you're not to explain. Because normally when and this is normally a verb that would be used for the first question, list or state or even outline. When you're asked to list, you're going to get 3 marks. So if you go ahead and explain, you've done that in vain. All right, because the questions, the marks are associated with the skill that you need to demonstrate. Okay? You are to be clear on the topic at which the task is directed. Normally, when you look at the document question, as you know, they will indicate at the very top which theme the document is on. All right? When you look at the documents, however, be sure what aspect of the theme it is relating to. Now, we ask you not to jump ahead and begin writing. You must read the documents before you begin your response. Now you only have 2 documents. So read both documents before you begin your response. And one of the things you could do to test yourself is write beside the 2 documents what it is saying before you even look on the question. And then you'll be amazed to see the question is right up your street because you already start answering it before you look at it. So if you can steel yourself to not look at the question, that would be good. So you read the documents first, and then you read all the question before you begin, so that you can see how many marks are allocated to the questions. All right. Note that sometimes you are expected to demonstrate your understanding and interpretation of the document by writing a response based on the information provided in the document. So I'm not saying that you will not still need outside knowledge, but sometimes the document is so done that you need to read it, and it don't mean it's a comprehension exercise either. It just means the nature of the document won't. And this is usually the question that asking you to draw a conclusion based on the document or to make some inferences from the document. All right. And the last thing right here is to pay attention to the number of points you are required to write. I think I said that already, so that you don't write a lot for a question that is giving you 3 marks, and then the one that is giving you 9, you're not able to come up with the thing. Are there any questions? Because I will now go, I will show, just to illustrate what I've said here with the last year's question paper. Any question? Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Yes, Miss. Miss, would you be emailing that presentation, Miss?
Yes, and I will send it to Dr. Nelson. I was waiting for this one to finish to send it to presentation. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So no question.
No, Miss.
All right, so let me show you. So this is going to be the last slide. If I can convince you to do what I'm suggesting. Last week I told, not last week, the week before, I spoke with the students who were doing Unit 1, and I introduced to them a strategy. It's a collaborative, cooperative strategy known as Jigsaw. And I went ahead and explained to them how it works in the regular classroom, the formation of 2 groups. I'm not going to do that because I have the links on the other slide that you can go to if you're interested in finding out about it. But what I'm saying to you, if you don't have a study group, you need to form one. And the study group shouldn't go over 6. Make it the 6, the maximum, or 4. But less than 4, it might not be productive. All right, now you have to map out the topics that you are going to study. And you're going to divide up a topic, right? So you're doing, say you're looking at the American Revolution, and you divide up the topic into 4, and you use the information you got in your classes from your teachers and the syllabus itself. And you divide it among the number of persons in the group. The onus is on each member to locate the reading relevant to the task. So maybe you have all of this already, but you're now going to be focusing on the task. Now, to function effectively, the group require a willingness to be part of a support system, because a group is a support system. It allows you to share your talents. it allows you to commit to the group process and to enjoy many benefits, right? The point is that the group, when you're speaking in a group, it allows you to articulate things that you didn't even know that you knew. And it allows you to prepare something to share with your peers that will then test your understanding when you're explaining it. They are listening. They won't forget. You are doing it. You won't forget. And so you're going to hear yourself and you're going to hear them in the exam if this is something that you're going to have to answer. So you have to believe in the group process, because whereas we learn and we might study and read something individually, that is the cognitive side of learning, the mental side of learning, right? But the social side of learning is when in the company of others, as you discuss, you're saying things that you didn't know that you knew up to the point when you're articulating it. And that is where you might find that you really didn't understand this. And based on the question somebody asks in the group, you're going to be responding, and then you will know if you understand. But you have to trust the process. You have to trust to commit to it if you want to do well. And I'm speaking for history, but it is a process that you have to engage in for any topic, for any subject at all. And you're going to find that going it alone, maybe it worked for some people because everybody different, but believe you me, this is helpful. So try. And then the mapping strategy that I shared earlier, use it to visualize the presentation to your group members, right? And you hold yourselves accountable and responsible to the group. So you have to make reasonable deadlines with each other, and you have to make this group thing become routine in the sense that you are looking forward to it. You are dedicating time that you never thought you had to doing the preparation so that when you meet in the group, you will be able to do the work. But it will only work if it becomes routinized, because that is how we organize our lives, okay? So that is what I think. I think I will leave you with that. And these are the sites that you will see when you get the slides. I have included 2 videos. I know that you probably have looked at a lot of videos on the different revolution and the topics for Unit 2, but you can also use these, you listen to them, and you can use these as points of discussion in relation to what it is you have read, you know, because sometimes, well, these are documentaries, but sometimes you get a different perspective and interpretation from documentaries than you get from the text itself. So combine both in your preparation for your exam. All right. So I think I will stop there.
All right. Thank you very, very much, Dr. McCallum, for an engaging and informative presentation. And thank you guys for participating. You know, I really love this momentum that you're keeping up since morning.
Mm-hmm.
So we have one more session for this morning left that will begin at 11:30, and it will be on reconciliation and reparations. So please, guys, just stick around, bear with us, right? Go take a little break, have some water, stretch your legs, and come back for 11:30. So we have what, six minutes if my math isn't off. So yes, guys. All right.
All right. Okay. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Dr. Nelson.
We'll begin in a moment, everyone. Dr. Mitchell Hall, you want to open the PowerPoint first and then share the screen.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Zoom is a little funny.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for that. Guide me along the way. Let me see. All right.
Right. So stop sharing. So stop sharing your screen. Right. Yes. Stop. Right. Then open the PowerPoint, and then you go to the share screen.
Okay, are you seeing it now?
Yes. Okay, great. Do you want to do it in what you call it? Slideshow? Yes. Yeah, right. Okay then. Welcome back, everyone. We continue with the last of our 3 sessions today. And remember, if anyone is unable to join us on Zoom, we're streaming live on our YouTube channel, History UMONA. Our presenter for this session is Dr. Candia Hall Mitchell from the Institute of Caribbean Studies in the Faculty of Humanities and Education at the UMONA, and she will take us through reconciliation and reparations. Dr. Hall Mitchell, over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator. And welcome to all of you who have joined us. Greetings from the Institute of Caribbean Studies, and a pleasant good morning to the teachers in particular and the students who, of course, every year, learn about reparations in this sort of way based on your CAPE syllabus. So I thank you, History Department, for asking me and inviting me to deliver this presentation. And I also want to, just talk about all of the scholars whose work have enriched the scholarship on reparations. And I want to add my voice and my thoughts to all of the work that have been done by scholars like Walter Rodney and Hilary Beckles, Alvin Thompson, Verin Shepherd, and the list goes on and on and on. It's a real pleasure to be able to talk to you today on reparations and reparatory justice. And it's really about reconciliation. So students, I'm happy that you're here to be part of this conversation. I just want to begin by talking about the unit in which this falls, the Atlantic world and global transformation, because slavery and the legacies of colonialism and slavery was, of course, a global affair. And so it's quite fitting that this theme falls within this unit. Reparations is an international issue, and it really intersects with the notions of justice and peace and reconciliation. And so it's also located within Module 3, which speaks to this dimension of reparatory justice, how international it was, and all of the groups, families, governments, and institutions who benefited from slavery and the slave trade. So there are many ways to sort of begin this discourse on reparations and reparatory justice. And I think thematic focus is one of the best ways to sort of depart into this discourse. It's important to talk about the concept of reparatory justice, what it is and what it looks like, how it has looked over the years, and what it means to us today. The concept of reconciliation, which is, of course, closely aligned to reparatory justice. Reconciliation connotes notions of a religious way to resolve issues of the past, especially issues like slavery and the legacies of slavery and colonialism on the descendant community. We would also talk a bit about a sort of context for the Caribbean reparatory movement. And to do this, we have to enter through the doors of history. So historical reparations, for example, there is a sort of context and a precedent that has been established already. So Haiti to France, of course, Germany to the Jews, and Britain to British planters, which is where our talk would certainly center around this concept that the British planters were compensated for the loss of their property, while the enslaved peoples, the descendant community, received nothing for their blood, sweat, toil, and trauma of, on account of slavery. So we have to talk about, in particular, this British compensation to British planters that, of course, benefited their families, the inheritors of this grave injustice against humanity. And then, of course, we must also foreground the CARICOM's demands for reparatory justice and some of the historical justifications that they've brought to bear on this discourse. It's quite important to sort of center the Caribbean community from this sort of angle, that it is not just a group, for example, of scholars or the Rastafari who has been speaking about and championing reparations for decades, but that it is certainly a Caribbean position and stance on justice for the enslaved ancestors. So it's important to have this sort of discourse. In terms of our objectives, we can think about defining the concepts of reparations, reparatory justice, and reconciliation. I know that your CAPE syllabus deals with definitions of these concepts. So it's important to sort of tease these out as well in this conversation. Then we'll evaluate the basis for historical reparations and assess the demands, CARICOM's demands for reparatory justice. And at the end, I'll ask you to reflect on your own self and your own position in terms of how you view reparatory justice. So perhaps this is something that you can do after this session, but I certainly want to initiate it. And I'm sure that your teachers, of course, have also asked you to think about how you locate self in this discourse on reparations. So it's a way of empathizing with those who suffered and those who lived within the immediate post-slavery period, but also ourselves, to think about what has been lost as a result of colonialism broadly, and of course, slavery and the slave trade, to think about cultural erasure, for example, to think about how we've been silenced and dismissed, how we've been disabled, how we are disconnected from our African ancestry, our lineage and origins, the motherland. So this reflection is a way to sort of introspect on what reparation mean to us, but also what it can mean, and perhaps in many ways, what it should mean. So these are bold ways in which one can locate self, and it's certainly important as we're having this conversation on reparatory justice. So to launch into this conversation, I want us to define reparations, but I want to do it through an excerpt. So I want to engage you through a very recent excerpt from a religious group, and which gives to us a religious definition of reparations, right? We'll also look at the historical, but I also want us to think about some of the ways in which those who benefited from slavery have begun to see reparations, and some of the ways in which they define reparations. And then we'll think about reparatory justice and, of course, the basis or the historical context for reparatory justice. So as I have to tell you, one of the things that I absolutely cherish about this particular theme is that there is a sort of absent presence with it, in the sense that reparations, of course, is sort of strung along a very long thread. It has a point of departure, and there is certainly continuity with this reparatory discourse. So one has to understand, therefore, the context for reparation. It is not operating within a vacuum by itself, isolated within its own space. It is operating from within the historical trajectory of colonialism and the legacies of slavery. So in other words, it is situated within a space of what came before. It is situated within a space of what came after. And perhaps as we imagine what we want reparation to be, it is also operating within a future space as well. But there is an absent presence with it because not everybody agrees with reparation, right? And I want to talk about this as well during our little session here today and to look at some of the arguments against. But there is a basis for reparatory justice. And I want us to be quite clear. One has to understand the arrival of the West Africans and how they were displaced and dispossessed, right? And how they were robbed of their basic humanity to understand the basis for reparatory justice. So what is reparations? How are we defining reparations? We all have a concept of reparations because it is certainly very current. In the last 20 years or so, we've been hearing about reparations a lot, and there is a sort of heightened way public discourse and debate around reparations. That is not to negate the work of the Rastafari, for example, who has been championing reparatory justice for decades. But it is to say that reparation falls within the realm of the living presence as well. It is living history. We are living within moments in which we can carve and shape this discourse based on our responses to history, how we understand history, and certainly how we understand injustices and the project of colonialism. So students, in this excerpt entitled Catholic Order Pledges Million to Atone for Slave Labor and Sales, the Jesuits, of course, pictured here, perhaps I should go through who is pictured, is the president of the Descendants and Reconciliation Foundation. And what is happening is that the descendants of the enslaved peoples in Virginia, for example, have petitioned the church who benefited from slave labor, slave sales. Georgetown University in Virginia was built on slave sale and slave labor. And so there is a call for the church to make reparations to the descendant community. Now, the Catholic Church has pledged in Virginia millions to atone for reparation. And in a sort of way, this is one of the first concepts, a way in which reparation is being defined, to atone for. It carries religious connotations and religious metaphors that slavery and the slave trade was a crime against humanity. It was a sin that one has to atone for in the present. Reparation comes from the Latin word meaning to repair, instaurabo, and of course, to repair is a sort of, there is a sort of process to reparations. And featured in this concept is the notion of reconciliation and atonement. And these are extremely religious connotative terms. It means to make amends for wrongs. And of course, in our context as well, to repair historical injustices to the descendant communities for encomiendo, for slavery. And of course, there has also been calls for East Indian indentureship reparations. Good. Now, what is featured in this image is a listing of the enslaved peoples who were sold by the Jesuits in 1838 to build the Catholic Church and Georgetown University. And so what has happened is that the descendant foundation has sought to recover and to reclaim the descendants of the enslaved peoples who were sold. Many persons who are part of the group are also the descendants of those who were sold to build the church and Georgetown University. And so students, I hope that you're seeing the complexities of reparations and reparatory justice. Of course, in very recent times, I think there is certainly resonance for the contemporary ways in which we engage reparations. And in very, very recent times, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex made, of course, a trip to the Caribbean that was contested by Caribbean people who are very conscious of the role of the monarch within the realm and the world of slavery and the slave trade. And so the public used that moment to protest and to contest this visit of those who had certainly enjoyed the spoils of colonialism and slavery, and who in many ways continue to enjoy the spoils of coloniality. And so we would see this public clamor for reparatory justice. And in one of the very public staging of this contest, we would see the narrative: go back home, apologize, say you're sorry, right? Conquest, the transatlantic, trafficking of Africans, go back. And so Caribbean people are certainly now more than ever invested in reparatory justice. And here we have as well a letter: Dear Charles and Elizabeth and William. And it is certainly pointing out that, you know, the time for your takeover is over. You know, it says, time's up, monarchy done. It is quite clear that Caribbean people are very conscious of reparatory justice, and also very conscious of the inequalities of slavery and the slave trade. And so it is such a ripe moment for this kind of public clamor and challenge to coloniality in all its forms. There are many sources on reparations that can be recommended to you, some of which you may already know. But these would include works by scholars who have spent their academic life researching on slavery, and also, of course, the injustices of British compensation to British planters. And one such work is by Alvin Thompson, professor of Guyanese and African history, visualizing slavery, images and text. And it's such a brilliant work on how to think about reparatory justice and some of the arguments for and against reparatory justice. There is a chapter in there that is very succinct and presents a contemporary discourse on reparations in terms of the arguments for and against. And then, of course, there is a work by Hilary Beckles, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, who have done, I mean, some of the most prolific work on slavery and, of course, on reparations. Britain's Black Debt is by far and arguably one of the most profound work on reparations and the reparatory discourse. And the title of the work, Britain's Black Debt, the image of the text signifies, of course, that reparations is a way in which Britain can atone for their crimes against humanity. Hence, the title, Britain's Black Debt. And then, of course, there are commentaries by V. Franklin, Reparations as a Development Strategy, the CARICOM Reparations Commission, again, a work positioning the debate on reparations. And then, of course, there is an article by Professor Verin Shepherd, who is the head of the Center for Reparations and who have done tremendous work on slavery and the slave trade and also on reparations. And the work is entitled Slavery, Shame and Pride, Debates over the Marking of the Bicentennial of the Abolition of the British Transatlantic Trade in Africans in 2007. And so this work was written for the bicentennial of the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade, which would be 200 years. And this conversation about how we view slavery, how we view it as our shame, how we deny, articulating concepts around slavery. And certainly how we've also been taught to be ashamed that our ancestors were enslaved. It is quite clear, of course, from the work and from the works of scholars that there is certainly a need for narrative shifting, which is what reparations and reparatory justice does. It really shifts the narratives. It shifts the ways in which we have been taught to view slavery from a sort of Eurocentric position that West Africans were Black and they were the children of Ham. And so slavery was justifiable, or that slavery already existed in West Africa. So these works center the discourse around the legacies of slavery and, of course, the need for reparatory justice. And then, of course, there is a work by David Horowitz, 10 Reasons, a Response. Here, the work is by Ernst Allen, and it is a response to David Horowitz. And of course, what the work does is that it presents 10 reasons for reparations and reparatory justice. And then there is a very recent text that was written by Professor Verin Shepherd and Gabriel Hemmings, an introduction to reparation for secondary schools, that came out very, very recently. I'm looking at it and I am seeing that it was published in 2022, so quite recently, a couple of months ago. And it's such a great work that Professor Shepherd and Gabriel Hemmings compiled together on the topic of reparation, Europe's stance on reparation. I'm looking at it now, sort of looking at the contents, the arguments for and against reparatory justice, regional and global context, justification for reparations, setting out the Caribbean case for reparations, the strategy, the CARICOM 10-point plan, no apology, no reparation, Europe's stance, small steps, giant leaps for reparations. And so this book, which was published by the UE Press, is an excellent work compiled especially for you and with you in mind, an introduction to reparations. So students, now we must sort of access And I think we've been doing this all along, but the sort of historical basis for reparations, the cost of Haitian independence, for example, which can be seen as reparatory extortionism, you know, that Haiti had to pay France an indemnity, reparations, 150 million francs to recognize her independence and to not re-invade, right? And to disable Haitian sovereignty. So there is certainly a context for reparations. But this 150 million francs from the new nation of Haiti, the new fledgling nation, right, has caused a sort of disturbance within the scholarship. There are many ways in which scholars reckon with this indemnity, which we can certainly see as a form of reparatory extortion of the newly independent nation of Haiti, who had to pay France this sort of restitution, you know? And so, students, there has been many debates and clamor for this reparation for Haiti. There is a way in which reparation is also sort of inverted and sort of turned on its head, because Haiti had to pay France for indemnity for recognizing her independence, which was as a sort of reparations, repairing, of course, the fact that Haiti had waged a war on coloniality and also had sought their emancipation. So this Haitian independence and this indemnity was also a form of reparations to sort of assuage the French government to not invade Haiti and to accept and to recognize and to respect their sovereignty. But in very recent times, there has been many calls made on the French government to repair that reparatory scam and form of extortion on Haiti, right? And then, of course, we cannot talk about reparatory justice for the British Caribbean and not center the compensation to British planters. And in Britain's Black Debt, Professor Hilary Beckles makes a profound argument that apprenticeship was actually a period of compensation. So instead of aborting and ending slavery in 1834, the Emancipation Bill, so-called the Apprenticeship Act, as you would say it, forestalled emancipation by a period of compensation, that it was the apprentices themselves who had worked to pay off this compensation of 20 million pounds to the British planters. So scholars have always grappled, students, with the fact that the British planters had been compensated for the end of slavery and the quote-unquote freeing up of their quote-unquote chattel properties. It has always been unfair in the minds of scholars and Caribbean peoples and scholars at large that the planters themselves were compensated, but that those who were enslaved and their descendants were never compensated for their blood, sweat, and toil. So it is this 20 million pounds that has to be the focus in this conversation as well. that the planters were compensated for the apprentices, of course, given a new designation, that is the enslaved peoples as apprentices, were never compensated. It has always been unfair that that has never happened. And there is also a way in which this conversation must be foregrounded on the notion that the planters, their families, their heirs, and those who benefited from slave labor, and this compensation, of course, certainly enjoyed the spoils. And so they too ought to recognize and to repair and to, if we're using the religious concept, atone for the injustices of slavery through reparatory justice. Of course, there is also international precedent, German reparations to Jewish descendant communities. And it is based on these historical contexts that the British Caribbean has made calls for reparatory justice. I want to quickly look at CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice. And it was extremely important when the Caribbean community, this form of political unification that we have in the Caribbean, came together and crafted the 10-point plan for reparations for slavery for African people and the descendant community. So the plan, of course, is arranged in a logical order of development. First, full formal apology, which has not taken place. And the European stance has largely been no apology, no reparation. And then, of course, the second point is reparation. The third point in this program is the Indigenous Peoples Development Program, right? The ways in which we have lost, the ways in which there is still so many unknowns concerning the ways in which the indigenous people lived. But certainly for their descendants and for indigenous peoples in the Caribbean today, that there is a need for a development program, cultural, social programs, economic programs, programs for sustainable futures for the indigenous peoples, cultural institutions, so that we can re-examine, so that we can reframe and locate and situate ourselves within the cultural expressions, the memories and the history of our African ancestors. There is certainly a need for these cultural institutions. The fifth point is that there is a public health crisis. And so there is a need for medical institutions. And there is a public health crisis because of, it is largely argued, the ways in which the enslaved peoples were transported via the Middle Passage, and the sort of psychosis and traumas that was sort of passed on in the gene pool of the descendant community, chronic diseases, for example, the way in which the descendant community suffer from some of these chronic diseases that those who remained in Africa do not. And I'm talking about specifically high blood pressure, for example, and diabetes. Illiteracy eradication. There are still high pockets of illiteracy, and that there is certainly more that can be done to eradicate the illiteracy within our Caribbean communities. An African knowledge program, so that we can reclaim all of the knowledge bases, you know, the ways in which they built houses, how they cooked, knowledge bases in terms of proverbs and the roots and the origins, and the list goes on and on. Psychological rehabilitation, the concept that we still suffer from the deep psychosis of slavery, which in the words of Orlando Patterson was social death. And so there is a need for the psychological rehabilitation. And so that's when I think about this deep psychosis, I imagine the transport of the enslaved peoples via the Middle Passage. Think about the transatlantic slave trade. And I think about the conditions on the transatlantic slave trade, the conditions on the slavers, how they were packed like sardines in a tin, for example. And some of the deep horrors of that experience. And then, of course, when they got to the Caribbean again, and how they were depersonalized and dehumanized, you know? So when Bob Marley, for example, says we have to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, it is this that I'm also thinking about. The psychological impact of slavery, the deep psychosis of it. And then, of course, technology transfer that, in the words of Walter Rodney and in the words of Eric Williams, Europe was developed as a result, as a direct result of slavery and the slave trade. That slavery had fueled and funded the Industrial Revolution. And then, of course, debt cancellation. The descendant community is often in debt because they inherited nothing at all. They inherited no lands, no homes, their identities were robbed, and so on. So there is certainly currency in this CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice, and the Caribbean community ought to be applauded for carving this program for the descendants of the enslaved peoples. I want to talk about the specific demands that CARICOM has made for reparatory justice. And we can certainly, again, students, see, of course, how history is positioned within the demands for reparatory justice. One, that the indigenous communities were disrupted. And so certainly there is a need for reparatory justice for the indigenous communities. And we certainly saw that with the genocide of the indigenous peoples and Encomienda. I mean, when we think about it, Encomienda was a brutal, racialized project of the Spanish in particular, who had a deliberate policy of exterminating the indigenous communities through Encomienda. And then, of course, through widespread physical terror and brutalities, through canine terror, using dogs, for example, sexual violence of the indigenous women and children, right? So then certainly cultural erasure was the result. And then, of course, the culture war that was waged on all things indigenous, you know, the Eurocentrism, the sort of stabilizing whiteness and dismantling and dismissing and disabling and othering the indigenous communities. And then, of course, the Columbian exchange, what Columbus brought, and the ways in which even the invisible microbes, disease, for example, exterminated and erased the indigenous communities. So this sort of disruption is justified within CARICOM's demands for reparatory justice. Now, encomienda was so brutal that a priest, Bartholomew de las Casas, in his book, The Destruction of the Indies, referred to it as a gigantically tyrannical system. And we can certainly gauge the ways in which the communities of the indigenous peoples were disrupted via the population decline. That within 50 years, millions of indigenous communities were eradicated across the Caribbean. You know, and I also want to think about, as I was thinking about this this unit with you in mind, this question that students has often asked, you know, who should pay for reparations? There are many questions that have often been asked. And a question like who should pay for reparations, of course, takes us to who benefited from reparations. So at its core, it looks simple, but it's also complex because many groups and families benefited from reparations. But this question has also been asked by Professor Alvin Thompson in Visualizing Slavery. Who should pay for it? In other words, who benefited from it? Who we should demand reparatory justice from, to put it simply. The European governments, we can start there. And these governments were deeply invested in slavery business. They owned plantations, for example. They were the ones who were highly invested in the slave trade, and they certainly benefited. They sponsored indigenous genocide. They constructed inhumane, legal, quote unquote, slave policy. You know, the concept of chattel, how a human being is hybridized into property. And students, you may recognize chattel as a hybrid concept, which speaks to two important concepts during slavery: cattle and chains. And so a human being became the property. You know, this is also a concept that has often been difficult to understand as well. The concept of chattel. And then, of course, the apprenticeship period, which was created for the enslaved laborers to pay compensation, is also, so those who benefited from compensation for emancipation should also be responsible for reparations and reparatory justice. There is a video that you can look at concerning whether Britain should pay for reparations, and you might also be able to sort of have this PowerPoint that you can look at it. I want to talk about arguments against reparations. You know, some of the general arguments, and students, I know that you are certainly aware of these arguments. And as you prepare for your exams, you should think about these general arguments. Some of these you might have heard from the descendant community. You might have heard persons who say, well, no single group is clearly responsible for slavery. But students, these are certainly some of the arguments from the beneficiaries, those who benefited from slavery, the slave trade, and of course, compensation. So some of the arguments, of course, have appeared over time, and the groups who have taken on reparations have often been able to dismantle and dismiss some of these arguments. But over the years, we will see the arguments gain currency again, that as soon as the Center for Reparations dismiss an argument, another one comes up. So here are the general ones. No single group benefited exclusively from slavery. Students, these are sort of misguided arguments against reparations that do not view and often view reparations in a sort of limited way. Only a tiny minority of whites owned slaves. And you certainly know that the spoils of slavery and slavery business, of course, enriched many families and many institutions in Europe. The first legal slave owner was a Black man. There is also that concept. The political elites in Africa was complicit. So these are some of the arguments against paying reparations to the descendant community. Of course, students, there are arguments that speak to a more general European position. And there are many. I've selected perhaps one or two. So there is the European argument, kind of Eurocentric position, no apology, no reparations, sort of a sort of connection between the apology and the reparations, that apology first and then reparations, as you saw with CARICOM's 10-point plans. That is the European position on it, right? And it is a state position. So it is a politicized position and statement on reparations, a political argument against it. So in Introduction to Reparations for Secondary Schools by Veron Shepherd, there are arguments and rejoinders, arguments and of course the opposing position on a particular argument. So I've selected a couple so that we can sort of have a look at it. So the first is that chattel slavery was legal at the time. So that is the argument of the British government, that the British government itself had legalized chattel slavery, and that because it was a legal institution of the British government, therefore no reparations should be paid to those who were depersonalized and dehumanized and chattelized under this legal infrastructure. So the rejoinder, of course, is that chattel slavery was a crime against humanity. It was a crime against humanity that underdeveloped the region. So that's one rejoinder. Another, chattel slavery was the worst form of servitude known to man. And that is important because the argument that slavery already existed in Africa has certainly been proposed as well against making restitution and reparation to the descendant community. Of course, students, if we just go back in memory, we know that the West African system of slavery, or what is called indigenous domestic slavery, was certainly not inhumane. And it was domestic slavery because, of course, it is slavery that was supported through a sort of cultural way in which people organized themselves. So in a sense, all who were part of the domestic indigenous slavery in West Africa were of the same race. So the question of race and the violent question of race in terms of chattel slavery never entered into the equation in domestic indigenous slavery because they were of the same race. So slavery in West Africa was a class issue. If one could not afford to pay off a debt, for example, then one voluntarily entered into a period of servitude that was temporal. It wasn't perpetual, right? It was time honored and there was a certain periodization with this indigenous domestic slavery in West Africa. So it was a totally different kind of servitude. Of course, in the West African system, the human rights of the enslaved person was maintained as well. That does not mean that there were no abuses within the West African system. But what it means is that the West African form of slavery was part of the cultural mechanisms of West African societies. And so there was no race question that could enter it to make it so dehumanizing, you know. Another rejoinder is that chattel slavery was, of course, a violent racial project in the Caribbean and Americas from its inception. Good, and you can find all of these in reparations for secondary school, by Veron Shepherd. In the image, I sort of wanted to, you know, sort of present the ways in which the European stance through the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, has been caricaturized in newspapers. And so, you know, here in the newspaper, some of you would remember this a couple years ago when the British Prime Minister offered the government of Jamaica a prison as opposed to true reparatory justice. You know, and here we see the Prime Minister at the time, Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, has turned away from this notion of a prison as reparatory justice. Many saw it as a slap in the face, to put it simply, you know, because in many ways, it also continued the sort of question of inequality, the question of policing Black bodies, the question of not bringing true rehabilitation to the minds and the conditions of the people. And so this question of imprisoning Black bodies through a prison was evoked through this suggestion of this gift of a prison to Jamaicans and, of course, in a wider way, Caribbean people who were on the other side of the law in Britain, right? And who the British government certainly wanted to repatriate back to the Caribbean. So this was a sort of slap in the face to many who viewed it in these terms. You know, here again, you would see a sort of caricaturized way in which newspapers picked up on the story of, you know, the British Prime Minister's no reparations stance, right? And here in the caricature, you know, the Prime Minister is said to be saying all of this because I just want to get the Jamaican prisoners out of the UK. And so we see the politicians on the corner and, you know, they're really, it's going to be a fist fight because they're really opposed to these notions of self-imprisoning Black bodies in the absence of true rehabilitative strategies to improve their post-socioeconomic conditions. I think very, very quickly, we can turn to the Moyen Commission and your KIP students. So I know that you are aware of the Moyen Commission and the conditions under which the Moyen Commission inquiry occurred in the British Caribbean in the 1930s in the wake of popular protests in every pocket of the Caribbean, popular protests signifying that after 100 years from 1838 to 1930s, 1935 to 1938, after about 100 years, that inequalities and poor socioeconomic conditions prevailed in the British Caribbean. And so, students, there is a way in which we can use the Moyen Commission to think about how the commission inadvertently admitted that reparations are due to the Caribbean and that they're just by using the 1930s as a way to talk about the ways in which the descendant community over time has been dispossessed. So we can certainly use the Moran Commission that after 100 years, the question of how the descendant community is faring in a, what is being called a sort of post-colonial, it is as neo-colonial Caribbean space, right? In this colonial context. So the Moran Commission, in particular, we can use it to think about the legacies of slavery 100 years after. And here is why. Because the Moran Commission would sort of blame the legacy of slavery for the conditions in the British colonies. So in other words, it is because of the way in which slavery was dealt with and the emancipation was packaged that the descendant community protested the state of their conditions in the 1930s. And the Moran Commission would blame the British government for the poor state of the people, poor housing, poor illiteracy, high unemployment, poor working condition, and a heightened inequality between the haves and the have-nots. And so students, you can use the report of the Moran Commission to also think about reparations and to also think about reparatory justice. Because to think about reparatory justice, one has to think about what the legacies of slavery look like. And it was because of that report, because of the recommendations of Lord Moyne, there was a shift in colonial attitudes to these uprisings, that according to the British government was unprovoked. So the Moyne Commission shifted that notion that it was unprovoked, and they would lay blame at the feet of the British government. So as the Moyne Commission was a commission of inquiry that the British government itself had sent to investigate the reasons for all of these protest action in pockets of the Caribbean. So you can certainly use the Moyne Commission in there. I want to also talk about, in terms of this overarching question that is like an arc over this reparatory discourse, who benefited? I benefited from slavery. Who benefited from compensation? I want to talk about the roles of banks, for example. Banks are places where we lodge our monies, where we're paid and where we withdraw and where we save. But these banks, many of them were also involved in slavery business. So a couple of days ago, and this happened last year as well, a couple of days before this talk, I would see released, of course, in the New York Post, and certainly elsewhere, a jarring headline. Bank of England owned 599 slaves in 1770s Grenada. So that's I have it here. It is jarring because the Bank of England had categorically articulated their innocence. In other words, they were not directly involved. That is the rhetoric in slavery business, and that they had not owned slaves directly. So what had happened was that a merchant, a British merchant, Alexander and Company, had secured a loan from the Bank of England in the 1770s. And that loan, of course, was to was for equipment on the plantation and so on and so forth. But that merchant company defaulted on their loan. And because they could not repay the loan, the Bank of England acquired the 2 plantations. Well, these 2 plantations had 599 slaves, at least 600 slaves. Of course, this Bank of England has apologized for their role, for this role in the slave trade and slavery, and for the 25 governors and directors who owned these slaves at the time. Other UK banks, including Barclays, NatWest Group, and Lloyd's Banking Group, and even insurance markets like Lloyd's of London, the National Trust, and even the English Trust, of course, were also built using colonial and slave wealth. And many of them have come out and apologized, which is quite a different stance from the British government itself. So some of these loaning institutions, money institutions, as they're often called in Caribbean parlance, have apologized for their role. But this is certainly because of the Black Lives Matter movement. And the Black Lives Matter movement had asked these banks whether they are woke. And students, I know that you know this concept. It is such a buzzword today of how the wokeness of some of these institutions who were involved in slavery and slavery business. So what the Bank of England did was that they started to conduct research. And when they found, students, that is the tale, that is the narrative. When they found that they had owned these 599 slaves on Grenada, they essentially installed an exhibition at the bank called Slavery and the Bank, right? And this exhibition has the names of the 599 enslaved peoples who, of course, on whose toil, on whose labor, on whose sweat would have enriched the coffers of the bank and the 25 governors of the bank at the time, right? Of course, this is, it was a jarring headline because the bank had already taken a stance that they were never directly involved, you know, although they would acknowledge their role and how they had benefited from the proceeds. So what this discovery does is that it signifies how many more institutions have benefited from slavery. It will be interesting to see what will happen and how the bank perhaps may or may not attempt to sort of reach out to this descendant community in Grenada to begin to talk about a reparatory package in one way, shape, or form. I also want to talk about the Lascelles House, Harewood House, as it is often called, which was owned by Edwin Lascelles. And students, Edwin Lascelles owned numerous plantations in the British West Indies. He actually rose to fame, that family actually rose to fame directly as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. And you can certainly see the grandeur of this particular house that was built in the 1700s, around 1770s, as a direct result of the involvement of this family in the transatlantic slave trade. So there are more families who benefited from slavery and on whose doorsteps reparatory justice finds itself, right? I want to talk about the sort of legacies of chattel slavery in a sort of way to continue to help you to locate yourself within the question of reparations, reconciliation, and reparatory justice. So yes, it's important to understand that slavery, what has been called enslavism, was a racial project of coloniality. That chattel slavery, chattelizing West African bodies was a racial project. And it was a racial project that did not come to an end with slavery in 1838. We are still socialized into coloniality. There is still a structured anti-Blackness, even within the Caribbean, a space in which the descendant community largely inhabit. You know, this notion in time and space that whiteness is rightness and that Blackness is darkness or backwardness still persists in our contemporary present. We continue to experience the othering of Blackness by policing Black hair aesthetics, for example. And this is not just particular and specific to hair, but this is also about policing Black bodies, policing nation language, right? That we are bad talking if we do not attempt to speak, quote unquote, the Queen's English. And I've often said to my students that not even the Queen knows what the Queen's English look like, right? And this proper imperial English. There is still a Eurocentric education system that continues to persist. So there is a question of how do we disable the colonial mentality? And how do we disable othering? And part of the ways in which we can do this is through reparatory justice. Another question as I wrap up is that has often been asked, and this question as well sort of centers students within it. Who should claim reparations for the dead? So this is another question. Who has the right to speak for the dead? You know, there is this misconception that historical events are lost in history and have no present impact today. But I want to leave you with a comment from a scholar, Priyamvada Gopal, who says, is it possible at one and the same time to believe deeply in the right to inherit wealth and property acquired by progenitors while insisting that we in the present cannot in any way be responsible for the mechanisms of wealth making in the present? And you can gauge all of this from Verin Shepherd's book, Introduction to Reparations. In the question, who should claim reparations, I want you to think about the many beneficiaries and the inheritors of slavery's injustices who are still alive. And these range from millionaires to politicians, middle-class families, and so on, who were compensated for the loss of their property in enslaved Africans and who own prime real estate lands, right? And to also think about the descendant community who inherited poverty, landlessness, destitution, post-traumatic stress syndrome, and so on. So when we think about reparatory justice, there are new ways in which it has been imagined, and Black Lives Matter constitutes one of these new ways in which the reparatory discourse has been enlivened. I think I want to end, rather quickly by returning to Bob Marley as a sort of way in which we can reflect on reparations and the ways in which reparations is redemptive and part of this process of reconciliation for one of the gravest and greatest crimes against humanity. And the songwriter says, old pirates, yes, they robbed I, sold I to the merchant ships. I know you know this well. Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit, but my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? Because all I ever have, redemption song. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, because none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? And some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the books. Students, I end this talk, and I had such a great time presenting it to you. And I thank the history department again for inviting me to present on this unit 2 on reparations and reparatory justice. Peace and blessings and one love to all of you.
Really appreciate it, Miss.
You're
Thank
very
you
welcome.
very
You're
much,
welcome.
Dr. Mitchell All. Guys, do you have any questions before I usher you out? Any questions that you have for Dr. Mitchell All? Was it all crystal clear? And you're definitely going to, so you're going to mash up the exam in the next couple of weeks, right?
Yes, Miss.
All crystal clear. I just want to extend my gratitude towards her for that very informative, presentation. So thank you very much.
You are very welcome. I thoroughly enjoyed having all of you and delivering it to you. Thank you.
All right. And I guess she speaks for everybody. So thank you very, very, very much, Dr. Mitchell, for a very informative presentation. And of course, thank you everyone who attended and participated, even if you never participated. The mere fact that you have been here with us since morning, we really, really appreciate it. And the recordings, right, will be posted on our YouTube page, right? So you can go back and view them while preparing for your exams. And with that being said, we wish you all the very best in these exams and hope to see some of you like Nathan and Michaelia in September. So take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Take care, everyone.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Take care. Thanks for being here.
Bye.
Bye.